Yo, how you guys doing? This is honestly like one of the only videos you'll ever, hear my voice or anything. But anyway, this video is a special one. So I'm pretty sure you've already heard of a famous sonic power scaler known as the Might of Geberah, right? And, well, you know my current situation with him on this channel, considering I've made 5 videos off him already. But basically, he made a 1-hour video on me, apparently, quote unquote, exposing me. So this video is going to be my, reply to it. Now, notice that I sound a little bit weird. It's because I'm not really trying to be professional or anything. I'm just going to debunk this casually. And I'm going to try to keep this as kid-friendly as possible, so you might hear me using kid-friendly wording or censoring. So, yeah, just know that I'm just here to finally debunk this and move on. Now, notice that this is only going over the video that he just made. And this is because he, apparently says this isn't everything. But of course, I don't care about that. I'm just going to debunk this. And then when he quote unquote posts everything, I'm going to debunk all of that with all of the original stuff I had. So let's tackle this, shall we? And this is editing Tyler here, by the way. You know what makes this so funny is that this guy is threatening to copyright strike me for 2 reasons. One, because he's scared that I'm going to refute his video once this one gets out, which I am, because it's pretty easy to. He kind of sucks. I'm not even going to lie. And then 2, he also wants to say that I falsely copyright striked him, even though I had every right to, because he uploaded the original and the authentic version of my videos on him to his YouTube channel without my permission. And if you don't know, that aligns with YouTube copyright laws. Plus, the first strike I've ever gotten has already expired. So even if this guy did successfully strike me, all I have to do is wait for it to expire again. But that's not even going to stop the video from getting out to the public, because I already have other platforms I can upload on. Plus, I also have backup plans too. So it's not going to do anything for him here.
Hello guys, it's the Geberah back with another video. I just gotta say, I gotta really hand it to Wahoo, Craig, Drip Sauce, and what's that guy got pity fucked?
I find it funny how this guy tries to play it off like he forgot my name or something, even though not both, but everyone knows that he did not, because of how many times I've slammed him in the past few videos. But he's apparently saying that I got pity sex. That's going to be my my kid-friendly version of saying it. So now we're going to look into that, see what his justification is whenever we get to that part in the video. Oh, and here's a little add-on, by the way, regarding the pity sex thing. According to a few sources, he actually got cucked last year, and assuming that's true, he's pretty much just projecting on it because he got cheated on. That's crazy. That is crazy. And it would make sense, because he tried to gaslight me into thinking that my girlfriend was cheating on me, bro.
What's his name again? Oh yeah, it's Tyler or Chaos. Yeah, that loser.
I'm not the one being financially irresponsible for power scaling or getting paid the smallest salary as a grant writer, though.
Anyway, I gotta really hand it to them. I've never encountered such dumb people.
I guess we'll really see who's the actual dumb one after this video, huh?
My entire life. Like, you could literally catch them in the act. Actually, I have, and they will blatantly lie to your face.
This is hypocrisy at its greatest form, especially when you literally tried hiding a playlist because you got called out on backtracking in a debate.
Saying, "Oh, I didn't do it. I only agreed with their views, bro." Like, I've never seen such open lying in my entire life.
Okay, but the things you accused me of that Wahoo or other people may have done, the only evidence you had about that was literally me agreeing with what they said and not actually doing what they said they would do or not doing what their plans were. You didn't have any other proof of that at all. And then on top of this, when I confronted you on this multiple times, you didn't even try to contend to it. And then another thing, your only other source of proof was either me being active in certain servers at the time people said something, or just me being in those servers, which is guilt by association. That's fallacious.
And then the audacity of what's that nigga's name? He's so forgettable. Holy shit.
I'm apparently forgettable, but the mass amount of time you took spamming my notifications doesn't support that at all. Just saying.
It's Tyler Chaos. So we were having a discussion.
Right and wrong. It was actually a debate, which is a discussion between two opposing arguments. But a regular discussion is just us discussing two different viewpoints, but not necessarily arguing which one is better or which one is right. Even then, you can act like I'm forgettable or that you don't remember me, but I bet you remember those rhetorical beatdowns, though.
Actually, no, no, no. He'll call it a debate, right? Uh, he said that he doesn't have to prove his claims because I asserted a positive.
Wrong. This is a misinterpretation of my argument, which is a straw man fallacy. Never did I say that my claim couldn't be proven because you were on the positive. I said that the positive has the larger burden, meaning that it would have to be proven before my negative. And just so I can prove this, I'll even show you guys screenshots of one of the shortest debates I've had with him where he tried putting me on the positive. Now, as for the reason why we're even talking about the negatives type stuff, it's because he accuses me of working with MTF Leader. Now, when we actually look into the thing, he tries to say that I'm subscribed to him because I appeared on multiple of his posts. But that wasn't the case. I just had a lot of his posts in my feed because, well, I'm getting recommended it. And see, me getting recommended these videos doesn't actually prove I'm subscribed to him. It just proves that I watch similar videos to what he makes. Which is true because I have a lot of debate videos on my feed, and that's exactly what he mainly makes, debate videos. So it would be his burden to prove that I'm subscribed, but he's denying that burden by telling me to prove I'm not subscribed, which he's basically telling me to prove non-existence, which you can do that, but it has a smaller burden than proving something that actually exists. And that's the problem here. And when you actually look into the fallacies, this is actually just a form of burden shifting.
Not not like understanding that he asserted his claim first.
No, you're the one who asserted the claim first. You're getting caught lying already. And to substantiate this, I'll give you guys the timestamp of when I sent the screenshots in the video. Go to 622.
and that negative claims are weaker than positive claims.
You haven't even grasped the concept of why they're weaker in the first place. They're considered weaker because it's hard to prove non-existence, whereas with a positive claim, it's easier to prove existence, which is why the positive has the bigger burden, because it's easier to prove what you're saying. And therefore, this would make you liable for anything you say. Now, notice that I never said you couldn't prove a negative. All I said was that the positive has the bigger burden, which was my argument and still is my argument.
So he's more in line to prove his thing first for both of those reasons combined.
No, I'm not obligated to prove them first. You are, because your claims require the existence of something. And because it's logically possible to prove something exists pretty easily, might I add. Like I said, you're the one who has to prove your claim first before I prove my negative. Let's say X, which is the positive claimant, says that the sky is blue, right? Y, which is the negative claimant, says that the sky is not blue. The sky is blue implies the existence of the sky's blue color. The sky is not blue implies the non-existence of the sky's blue color. Since all X has to do is look up and observe something to prove his claim, then it would be Y's turn to prove his claim.
Uh, and he wanted to continue to rat, so you
A rat implies an intellectually dishonest person. That's you in this case.
know what I did? I played his game. I turned every positive claim that I ever said into a negative claim.
And you know what's funny is that this guy literally thinks that he quote unquote turned my own tactic on me, which according to him is apparently me turning my positives into negatives. But the funny part is that when you look at the screenshots I provided, I hardly made a positive claim. Most of my claims were in negation to his assertions. So I don't even know what this guy is talking about. He's just rambling on about nothing.
I turned it all into negatives. All into negatives.
He, in fact, did not turn his positives into negatives because he was still making the assertions while he, quote unquote, thought that he was making a negative.
So he wouldn't have the satisfaction to say, oh, well, I had negatives, so I didn't have to prove anything. Well, guess
My God, this guy is literally the embodiment of straw man fallacy. Now, I'm not even going to show what I said right here because I already showed what I said back like a few minutes into the video. So if you remember where the timestamp is, you could just go back to that. Or better yet, I'll just tell you. The timestamp I posted the images was 7 minutes and 42 seconds. Oh, and by the way, with the first not screenshot, but with the first timestamp I told you guys about, it's kind of inaccurate now because I had to add a little edit, like, before that timestamp where I showed where I had that small little argument with him. So don't go to 642 unless you already have already. Sorry about that. But yeah, don't go to 642 if you're like, if you just, never mind. You know what I mean.
what? I have negative. I don't have to prove shit either. And since you're asserting against me, you have to prove your case.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Okay, but my case of me asserting against you was in negation. So you should be the one shutting up because I told you to prove a lot of your positive claims and you just outright ignored them. Just ignored your burdens multiple times and then tried to shift them on me.
You said that negatives can be proven, so they're subject to the burden of proof. I was like, so basically I said a negative claim that negated that claim.
Hey, newsflash, Gebra. A negative claim that negates another negative claim is a positive claim.
And he was throwing a fit saying I'm ratting.
Okay, but how was I throwing a fit though? If anything, all I did was just type a lot of large paragraphs because you were also typing a lot of large paragraphs. And either that or I was just straight up laughing at you because of how dumb you looked and sounded. And not only that, well, like I said, I already showed the screenshots, well, just one screenshot of how many notifications you've sent me in a short span of time because of how desperate you are. So I'm not the one throwing a fit here because throwing a fit would entail that I'm losing. But anyone watching and listening to this right now could see that I'm literally destroying, no, not even destroying, obliterating, eviscerating, erasing you from existence, bro.
I was like, ratting? Oh, if you see a problem with what I'm doing, isn't that a concession?
Me having a problem with you being intellectually dishonest is not a concession. If anything, a concession implies me either one, agreeing with your point, or two, just straight up leaving the argument before it's even finished, aka giving up. But see, I never did though. I still contended to you even while you were being dishonest.
Of of what I was saying before, that I was right.
And no, it doesn't prove you're right either. Know why? Because I was actually on the negative. You, on the other hand, were trying to burden shift so you could be on the negative. Therefore, you would have a better advantage. But I caught on to that pretty easily and it didn't work out for you.
And then he went ahead and made this wildly unnecessary video where he rants and whines about about me making negative claims, negating his claims. Oh, I did this. He said, she said, that kind of thing.
No, the video in question was not me, quote unquote, whining and ranting. It was literally exposing you for trying to hide the evidence that you said that you can prove a negative when I literally called you out for backtracking later on. And you know what? You know what? Sure. I can admit I was wrong about you deleting the post, but you privated it, which is still hiding evidence. My point here still stands because the core of my argument revolves around you hiding evidence, not how you hid the evidence, but just the fact that you tried hiding evidence. Then on top of this, I caught you lying about it because you said you never made a playlist or a post, which I showed proof of that in that video, the next video, and then the next one after that. And you know what? You're so sloppy when it comes to hiding evidence. Because, sure, you deleted the post that had the playlist with it, but you already had another post that literally showed a picture of the post you deleted with the playlist on there. And then on top of that, you also uploaded the same post to your other channel. Actually, no, you didn't upload it. You shared it. But yeah, I know you have an alt account, but you were too dumb to actually delete the post off of there too. So you're just sloppy. You didn't even cover your tracks. Oh, you thought I wouldn't catch on to that? Oh, what? You forgot? No, no, no. No, it's not that easy to fool me. You can't fool me that easily, buddy.
I never said that negatives can be proven. There was no playlist at all. Prove I made a playlist, LOL. Prove that screenshot is real.
And I'm out here just laughing while he's here like molding and seething.
Maulding and seething implies that I was angry. Can you prove that my comments gave off those vibes?
And like, he's getting a taste of his own medicine, and he doesn't like how it tastes.
Okay, but what's the medicine here if I'm not the one using dishonest tactics and instead you are?
He's a little hypocrite.
The fact that you've been a hypocrite this whole video, literally projecting and stuff on me, is what's so funny, because you're literally being a hypocrite right now by even calling me one.
And you will see in these 2 videos that I posted what I'm doing and how it got there. Like, this dude was literally in Drip Sauce's server planning to dox me and shit.
My God, the same stupid arguments over and over again with barely any substantiation or justification. You know, the funny part is that if you go to the short where he apparently showed where I threatened to, quote unquote, dox him, his only proof is just me being in the server with the same guy who said that he was gonna dox him. And his name was 9. Mind you, that I wasn't even active in the server at the time he said that. I was doing something else. It doesn't even prove that I said I was going to dox you. It proves that he said he was going to dox you. And it doesn't even prove that I had assistance with it because I didn't even know he was doing it in the first place. You're literally just rambling on about nothing to get an advantage because you know you're going to lose.
Can't even make this up. He's stupid. Like, really stupid.
The fact that this is literally coming from the king of stupid just makes this even more hypocritical for him.
Like, no wonder Sayo pity fuck this guy. This guy's a sorry sack of shit. Like, bro, what the fuck?
I'm apparently the sorry guy, but I'm not the one banning people from servers because I'm losing arguments, though. And funny enough, he's still saying that I had pity sex. But the thing is that it's literally just because I turned 16 on my birthday, which is when my first time happened. And you know, 16 is the age of consent. And she was older than me, so she couldn't necessarily, do it yet until I actually became that age. Not to mention, he's assuming her motives and intentions when the only info he has is stuff that I've told him about our relationship, more than likely directly or indirectly. But I haven't even told him not even 25% of our relationship. So he's literally just going based on what I've said to him, and he's wrong. And then, too, he's also making up stuff along with it, probably because he actually did get cucked. Which, if he did, that's just, oh my God, that's just very ironic, bro. And to make this even more funny, he doesn't even know how to use the term correctly, because the term literally implies a person having sex with another person that's had an awkward or sad moment. It's basically just them feeling bad for them. And there's typically no romantic connection or communication, which there is that in my relationship. So it's not a pity sex thing because it's literally contradicting the definition of what it actually is. This guy is so dumb, bro. Bro. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. I've never seen a 22-year-old man stupider than a 7th grader. It's crazy. It's great. Oh my God, bro. It's crazy and hilarious. I'm sorry, bro. I can't stop laughing at this, bro. And then another funny part about this is the fact that we had a whole entire debate on this, and I slammed him on it badly. And even after that, he still kept bringing it up. Oh, and that sparks up a question. Why are you so interested and obsessed with my relationship? It's something that's not even yours. Like, isn't that kind of insecure that you're trying to compare yourself to me and all that just because I had sex on my birthday? Oh, and by the way, I have said something similar like this to him before. And do you want to know what his justification was?
You said this on Discord and you said that on Discord.
And it's funny because as my half of the relationship, I'm allowed to tell you certain things, but that doesn't mean it's your business, does it? If my mom tells me she's going to the liquor store, does that mean it's my business to ask what she's buying? No, it's not my business. Like, bro, this guy is so immature, it's insane. And the fact that I haven't even fully matured yet, and I'm acting more like a man than him right now, that's just the most saddest part about it. Oh, and by the way, a little add on. Like I said about pity sex, it implies having sex because of a sad or awkward moment. But what's sad or awkward about my birthday, though? Exactly.
I'm like, nah, this guy's nuts. He's neurodivergent or something, or whatever it's called. This guy, nah, nah, nah. And Mario fans, this guy is trying to represent your series. I suggest doing something about this guy.
My guy, you want to talk about representing series? Bro, literally almost every good Sonic scaler in the community dislikes you because of how terrible of a scaler and debater you are. Not only that, but it's also because of how childish you are. Bro, you're literally having beef with Tom Supreme and MTF Leader. MTF Leader is literally the hope of the Sonic scaling community, and he literally slammed you multiple times, which I'm pretty sure is 3 times because he sent me 2 videos of him slamming you, and then he also confirmed that he slammed you in VC to the point you almost cried like a little baby.
Stupid and crazy.
Oh no, he's stupid and crazy. Oh no. He said he was gonna dox me because he's in a server where another guy said that he was gonna dox me, so that means he's gonna dox me too.
Shut your
Shh. Shh. Quiet, puppy. The owner's talking here. I'm gonna deliver a message to you. Not by text this time, but this time verbally, okay? Just know that you'll never be able to contend to me with my IQ and the intelligence that I have. Know why? Because, well, you're just too arrogant and dumb to actually learn new things. So, unlike me, who learns from my losses, you're just gonna always sit at square one. And so, here we are again, beating the square one version of you while I'm literally 10 steps ahead. It's just so sad at this point.
He's kind of malicious and a criminal too. Well, see ya.
Oh, and fun fact, the quote-unquote crime that this guy said that I committed was defamation. But see, the problem is, defamation is literally the crime of slander or libel or whatever you want to call it, which, in other words, it's basically just spouting out false information about someone to ruin their reputation. But you know, the problem here is that what I've said about him is literally true. And literally what I said showed that. So he can't say that it's defamation if it's true. So again, he's rambling about nothing. And even then, it's not necessarily like defamation is not necessarily like a criminal act or something. It's more so like a civil matter because you can't like actually get arrested for it. Now you can, I think you can get charged, but that's only in certain states though. Certain. But other than that, the greatest punishment is getting fined for possible damages you may have caused to the person. Now see, there's going to be 2 versions of this video. Okay. So the first version is going to include, like, you know, all of the content he's put in the video and everything like that. That's going to be the video that's posted on other platforms. But see, the other video is going to just, well, you know, not include his, his snippets of the videos and stuff. It might include some of his audio, but like, not the snippets of the video. That way, I can actually get my refutations out without worrying about being falsely striked. So you guys might not be able to see the video he posted on YouTube, so it might be a little weird to you guys. But for the video that's not posted on YouTube, you ought to be able to see the full thing. My reasoning for doing this is so I don't get in some copyright strike war because, well, I already striked 5 of his videos because, well, they were literally just my videos, but he just uploaded them to his channel. So yeah, to avoid having to go through the process of having to submit a counter notification, file a lawsuit, blah, 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 even though he's kind of already trying to do that, this will just make it easier on me. Okay, bro, I'm not gonna interrupt this video anymore that he's put up here, but I just realized something. Literally, this video is just him recording himself making a bunch of fallacies, making blatant accusations and burden shifting, and also him just proving what I said about him backtracking and stuff. So, yeah, this ain't going good for him, bro. And see, the funny part is, like, the first little snippet of this video already, he's telling Yoshi and me to prove that we're not the same person. But that would be a negative, though. Since he's the one asserting that we are the same person, he'd have to prove that. And like I said earlier in the video, it's logically possible to prove that, but he's literally just ignoring his burden by trying to shift it on me.
And I literally can't believe Tyler Chaos's stupidity, because he should have seen what I was doing. You should have seen what I was doing. Someone with an actual IQ would have seen what I was doing.
What you assert is that you were copying my tactic, which is, in fact, what you were not doing, because that was never my tactic in the first place. So, in other words, you were just burden shifting. So, I technically did pretty much see what you were doing, but you're just trying to project that onto me. And it's funny because if you were really quote unquote copying my tactic, then why when I called you out for backtracking, you privated the community post and the playlist with it, huh? Why'd you private that? I mean, I never did that. So why'd you private it? There was no good reason for you to private it unless you were being dishonest, lying, backtracking, contradicting yourself, conceding. Very fishy, bro. And an even better question, why didn't you consider privating it prior to me calling you out for backtracking, huh? Why did you have to wait until I called you out for that to delete it? I mean, no, not delete it, private it. That just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't logically follow.
So basically, he was using negatives, right? And he was abusing them to say, oh, well, this isn't true because you didn't prove it.
I wonder why. Maybe because that's how negatives work, Sherlock. The person that typically starts the debate is usually the person that's always obligated to prove something first. And let's be real, you did do that. You literally just showed a video proving you did. Negatives are called negative claims for a reason. They literally exist to negate the ontological value of a positive claim. Since your claim was the positive and you didn't even bother providing any proof behind it, then I was obligated to negate it without any proof too. Which then goes back to what you said about Hitchens' razor before. Oh, by the way, guys, editing Tyler here. I want you to know that Hitchens' razor is actually fallacious, because the rule it abides by is that a claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. But the problem is that this falls under argument from ignorance, which follows the rule of the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. So yeah, that's literally how it works. It's fallacious, and it can be used on itself. Now, note that I'm not using Hitchens' razor against him here, but it still applies to him, though. Also means that he practically committed an argument from ignorance, too, since, well, like I said, he's just denying the existence of my evidence. But, yeah, it is what it is. Actually, that might also be argument from pig-headedness, too. But, whatever, let's move on. I don't remember exactly if you said it in this video or if you said it in one of our arguments or something, but you did say something about that. You asserted that me and Yoshi were the same person. That's a positive. Me asserting that we're not the same person is a negation to your positive. That's a negative. And because what you said can be proven, you're obligated to prove your claim before I prove mine. Okay? Get that through your thick skull, please.
Like, no. The truth is independent of argumentation. And since he wanted to say, well, negatives aren't affected by the burden of proof, you have to counter me since I'm negative, you're positive. So you know what I did? I converted every single claim I made into a negative and forced him into positives.
Again, no, you didn't, because you were still asserting the existence of something. A negative asserts the non-existence of something. But with all your quote unquote negatives, you were literally asserting existence. So it's still a positive. It does not matter.
And he couldn't prove a dang thing.
Because it was not my burden to. You still blatantly ignored yours. And see, the fact that you admitted to the fact that you literally tried switching your positives into negatives, you basically just conceded to me being right. Because if you were actually on the negative, I'd be obligated to prove my positive claims before you become obligated to prove your negative claims. So thanks for that concession, buddy.
So I told him that by his logic, you didn't win. You didn't prove anything.
This still doesn't even attack the fact that you were on the positive and that you had the larger burden and that my burden was the smaller burden. Thank you.
You couldn't get over. Well, I could, because I was in negatives.
Oh, you were in negatives? Run that by me again? Guys, go back to the screenshots. And no, I'm not giving the timestamp this time. I'm already editing this midway and I'm kind of too lazy to, so yeah.
He wasn't. And then he tried calling a previous statement that I did. And I was like, oh. Wouldn't that mean that you conceded that I was right?
No, because your argument relied on a straw man of my argument, which was that negatives couldn't be proven. But my original and my actual argument was that they can, but it's just that the positive has the larger burden, though. So no, I wouldn't have conceded because you literally used a misinterpreted version of my argument. Purposely, by the way, because there was nothing I said that implied that. So, yeah.
Therefore, you would have to prove everything you refused to prove before to make your case?
And my refusal to prove what I said was a rightful refusal because you never proved what you said. And you were on the positive. Again. So, this guy would literally get slammed by a tier 3 debater, bro. He would. I'm sorry, bro. Probably even lower than that. And by the way, the fact that you keep making the same arguments, no matter how many times they get debunked or that you lose those arguments, is just literally argument by repetition.
Yeah. Yeah, it was that easy. He's really stupid. Tyler Chaos is really stupid, and so is his little friends. Or goons. It's a simple technique that I did. It's called making a point.
There was no point because you strawmanned what I said.
Making a point. That's all I did. I made a point. Now, he should have saw how unbearable he was being to other people by saying, I'm negative.
No, you as the positive claimant who so claims to be so good at debating should have seen that you as the positive have a bigger burden than the person as the negative. So I'm not obligated to prove what I say until you prove what you say. Like, bro, okay, so let's say that Ben says that there's an elephant in Tom's room. Tom says there's not an elephant in his room. Ben is obligated to prove that there's an elephant in the room because, well, it's logically possible to prove that there's an elephant in the room. It's logically unsound to ask Tom to prove that there's an elephant not in his room when it's Ben, the one who's asserting that the elephant is in the room. That makes no sense. It doesn't logically follow.
But he's so stubborn.
This is coming from the same guy who ignores key parts of someone's arguments and refuses to concede even when he's actually lost. Remember that.
He will mold, seethe, cope by making two of the same video.
Oh, the videos were the same topic. They were not the same video, though. But they did address different points of that same topic had you actually watched the video instead of automatically assuming that I didn't have proof that you literally lied about a post and a playlist. You would know this.
In which he's directly proving my point. He doesn't even know it. Like, he literally doesn't even know it.
Know why I apparently don't know? Well, it's because you lost the moment you decided to backtrack. And even then, like I've said 100 times already, your argument literally relies on a straw man version of what I said. So you're not getting anywhere with this.
Check Tyler of Chaos's videos, and there will be 2 videos made on how I made a playlist, like explaining how negatives can be proven, how they're affected by the burden of proof, how they're bound by it.
The fact that you think that this proves your point when you literally misinterpreted my argument. Oh my god, you're stupider than I thought. Ugh. You make me lose brain cells every time you make the same argument over and over again, and it always has the same flaw over and over again that you don't even try to correct at all. Oh, so you admit you made the playlist. But when I called you out for backtracking with that playlist, you said you never made one. So you admit that you made the playlist. Yeah, okay, bro. So you conceded again, and the argument was done with. You just conceded while the argument was, oh my god, bro. You're conceding in your own video, bro. You literally just contradicted the comment you made and literally just admitted to hiding evidence. Like, you cannot be this dumb. If you're going to lie about something like that, who's to say you won't lie in court? Like, oh my god, bro. Oh my god. I've never seen a dumber person in my life. Jesus. And you know what's funny? This guy claims that he had like a high intelligence level or something like that in school. Like, your intelligence cannot be that high if you're getting outsmarted by me of all people. Me of all people. Not saying that I'm dumb, but I'm definitely not the smartest person in the world. But if you're getting beat by me, then you have nothing to brag about. Nothing at all. Nothing at all, bro.
If it's not there, he deleted it. Probably out of embarrassment.
Coming from a person who privated a playlist after I caught him backtracking.
But anyway, he's really stupid. He played right into my hand. It wasn't even close.
Oh, you fool. You absolute fool. If only you knew. You see, it's funny, because you played into my hands long before. See, you know that time I commented on Tom Supreme's video where I absolutely violated you? Yeah, I did that because I knew you were going to show up. Which you did, like I predicted. Then, to make it even worse, I know all of your tactics because you've used them against me in almost every argument we've had. So I used those and your own ego against you, so that way you would expose more of yourself to me. And see, the more of yourself that you expose, the easier you are to attack because your ego is so inflated and it makes you arrogant, meaning that you basically just spill all of the beans for me. So you played into my hands, pal.
Like, yo, something. This guy, nah, he's really stupid. I was like, and he thinks that he beat me or something.
Think? Everyone saw you concede multiple times. You've conceded so much to a point where I can't even make an entire pile of it because you've conceded more than 10 to 20 times already. You've made so many concessions, it's crazy.
You see, this wasn't a debate.
Yes, it was. Like I said earlier, a debate is a discussion between two opposing points to see which point is the correct one. Literally any definition for a debate says this. Maybe not word for word, but it says exactly what I'm saying right now. And the fact that you don't know it lets me know that you're like below tier 3, because at least a tier 3 knows what a debate is. And it's sad because you don't know the difference between a normal discussion and a debate. Because see, like I said, a discussion can have two opposing points, but you guys aren't trying to see who's right though. You guys are just exchanging ideas.
Okay, I'm saying the facts. I'm not arguing with you.
If I don't agree with your quote unquote facts and you try to argue against that, then by definition you are arguing with me. Because see, your argument would support these facts that, well, you claim are facts, even though they're more than likely not. But see, my argument would be a negation to that. These arguments are opposing arguments. And because we are trying to see which one is correct, that means it's a debate. Debating is a main part of logical discourse that allows us to come to conclusions about stuff that we wouldn't necessarily agree with. So therefore, you still are debating with me.
Because you go in circles. You don't try reaching a conclusion.
My last 5 videos literally shows you going circular, so you're projecting on me. Because literally when I call you out for conceding, that's so I can reach a conclusion. But you keep trying to argue against your concession even though you literally did. And you know you did because you keep using dishonest tactics to try and argue against it. That's going circular, not the other way around.
I do. I'm a scholar. You're a debater. I win, you lose. Because I have the knowledge. Like... If you saw what this guy is stupid. Like, rather than admit he was wrong...
I never was wrong, though. You strawmanned my argument and failed to prove your point. And you also ignored your burden. And you've never admitted when you were wrong. Literally, you were wrong about so many things in multiple of our arguments, and you never admitted you were wrong once. I have at least once. For example, when you banned Sayo from Percival's kingdom because she was in Otherworld server, I proved you wrong on that, and you were too busy trying to brag about how you quote-unquote won, even though majority of the server was on my side with that situation, that you didn't even bother thinking about, hey, maybe my logic was flawed. Maybe I could have argued better. And to make it so sad, I decided to be the bigger person because you were being childish, so I just straight up blocked you after that and just went on with my life while you just kept on rambling on about nothing.
Prove himself, he will go down this rabbit hole and just further destroy himself.
If I'm destroying myself, your ego sure isn't doing you any better.
Like, I'm doing exactly what he was doing to me. And, he doesn't like it whatsoever. And like I said, like I literally have proof that he was messing with Wahoo, Drip Sauce, Youngblood, and all those guys.
Me quote unquote messing with them doesn't imply that I aided them in whatever you're accusing them of doing.
Like, bro, you're stupid. You are stupid. Like, did you think, you think you were pulling these 300 IQ chess? No.
I might not have 300 IQ, but I'm truly running circles around you.
Also, this guy seems to have this, little phenomenon in his mind going on where he thinks that because there's a lack of evidence he was involved or something. Well, that's not true now. That like he's off the hook.
Oh, I never implied that I was off any hook. As a matter of fact, I never was on a hook. I'm just here to win it.
Look, Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
Then, going by your logic, the same thing would apply to the stuff I've said that you said I quote unquote needed to prove, even though it was never my burden anyway. But whatever. You also contradicted yourself again, too, because you brought up Hitchens' razor against me. And as I said, the rule of Hitchens' razor is fallacious because it falls under argument from ignorance. So you would be making that fallacy as well. But see, argument from ignorance would apply to me if I said that your argument was wrong because you had no evidence. But no, I just told you to prove that I was with them. I never said that your argument would be wrong or anything. So again, that falls on you.
We already know that you communicated with them. There is an entire group chat where you did. That was recorded.
The assertion that I communicated with them doesn't follow the premise of what you said. You said that I worked with them and aided with them with, well, whatever it is you're accusing them of, doxing, etc. I really don't care. But see, your only justification for that is me communicating with them. So you don't actually have any proper or sufficient justification that I've actually, took action to do something like that. And that's your problem. That's why you look like a straight idiot here right now.
Like, no. And with this, I'm about to show, yeah, you're done.
Bro, what is this supposed to prove? What is this supposed to prove, bro? Okay, bro. This is just hilarious. This this is your proof of me quote unquote doxing you? Ain't no way, bro. It literally shows someone else who I don't even talk to or am associated with saying this. Like, come on. It's clearly not even me. Like, you cannot be this dumb. Then he shows an image of me talking to Death God like it's useful or something. Death God came to my comment section making some accusations about you, and I got curious. So I asked him, where's the proof for this? Which he showed me on Discord, literally where you started saying this stuff. Like, come on now. And I don't know what the image after that, I don't know what its use was, because literally all it is me just telling the topic of, well, what we were talking about in the chat right then, which was about you being a creep and a weirdo. And oh my god, I cannot take you seriously. I can't at all. Oh, what's funny about this image right here, when he finds out that people, well, saw it and caught on to it, he tries to dismiss it as a joke. But see, the problem is here, if you're dismissing it as a joke, doesn't that mean that you're basically admitting to the facts that you find killing someone and defiling their dead body funny? You find that funny. You find that funny. Yeah. Okay, bro. Not even the excuse of dark humor can justify that.
Got your girl in this bitch, you twirling on this dick. I got syrup in this bitch, turn up in this bitch. Everybody hurts in this bitch, you murked in this bitch. All these corners on me, baby, you know it's game time. Bring a friend, bitch, we fuck them at the same time. I'm a different nigga, no, we not the same kind. You can't have that look, bitch, you ain't mine. Young dope, dealer selling dope, bitch, you like that. Kicking doors, kicking in doors, is you like that?
And the disingenuousness of one of the skits they used to like accuse me of pedophilia or something is crazy, because the comment that I said where I'd love to chop up someone and then vomit on their body and shit, like, that's a reference to lunar legend Tsukihime.
This doesn't even attack the fact that you find it funny. At all. I don't know what type of pack you're smoking, but yeah, that doesn't justify anything just because you're referencing a show. It doesn't.
There's basic Tsukihime lore that Shiki Tono, who's actually Shiki Nanaya, follows this blonde girl into an apartment and kills her, but this blonde girl is actually a hundreds years old vampire of this archetype for the planet. And like, it's funny, like, they will literally grab anything in grass and straws and red hair and straw man.
It's ironic that the king of fallacies is literally talking about other people, quote unquote, making fallacies. But other than that, the character being 100 years old does not change the fact that you find necrophilia humorous. Yeah, you find that humorous, which is quite concerning. Very concerning.
To try to get over me. But, like, put the real context into the scans, and they're done for. Like, it's over, Brody. That's it. You weren't cooking. You, like, the chicken is still in the freezer. Someone cooked, still alive. And let's get into the fact that this guy, Tyler Chaos, is he's such a pathetic piece of trash. Like you'll see in this video about the show.
Oh my, the guy calls me pathetic when he'll literally resort to dishonest tactics when he's losing an argumentation. Not to mention the fact that he spent almost $100 just so his favorite character could scale high. Yeah, that's not a good look. Especially coming from someone who loves to self-project.
That when I kept bringing up that he got pity fucked, right? Like, he brought up my grandmother who passed away, and I'm like, bro, like, was that your best shot? Like, that was pathetic as shit. Like,
Okay, sure. I can admit it wasn't right for me to bring that up. But like at the same time though, if you want to attack something personal, we can get personal. So that's exactly what I did. And let's not forget the fact that you tried to gaslight me into thinking my girlfriend was cheating on me with someone else, which is cuck behavior. So, yeah. If anyone's pathetic, it's you. You're literally using cuck tactics, bro. Then you tried to compare your own sad relationships to mine. You also tried supporting sex before the age of consent. When I told you that we did it on my birthday because I was 16 and I was legally old enough to consent. Which you then said, if she really likes you, then she wouldn't wait for the age of consent. Which you're basically implying that she should have done it before the age of consent, which is kind of, which is kind of illegal. It's kind of illegal. So why are you supporting a crime? And if you look up some laws on the matter, like if okay, let's say for instance the person is 16 and they engage in sexual activity with a person who's 15. That's literally considered illegal because that partner is not old enough to consent. So that's not a good look for you at all.
That insult was weak. Like, bro, do you think a 21-year-old worries about that?
That was never my motive when I said that because I personally do not care how you feel. But, like I said, it was meant to go for something personal. And, like I said, I did. It wouldn't make sense to attack your relationships again because, well, for one, I already did that. Two, that would just bring up the same argument that I already slammed you on. And three, well, like I said, I already said it, so yeah.
Like, my grandmother is resting. She's in the sky, the stars, the heavens. And you think she's worrying about you? Why the fuck would I worry about why the fuck would I worry about that or you saying that? I mean, that just says more about you than me. You don't even respect the dead. And you just expose yourself as a really big piece of trash.
No, I simply just don't have respect for you. And for very good reason. I wonder though, you talk about your grandma resting, right? But I wonder what would she say if she saw the sorry piece of garbage you are now. I wonder. Maybe it's better if she doesn't see. And you know, it's funny because he makes the claim that he's a 20 something year old man and that he's not quote unquote worried about me, but you clearly are worried about me if you're literally still engaging in argumentation with me. Like, if you did not care, you would not still be trying to argue with me and use dishonest tactics to try and give yourself the upper hand.
I really hope you know that. And guys, this guy, I'm telling you, he's a psycho. He's really a psycho. Like, I mean, like, the attempt was made, it was had, and it was so pathetic. Like, I can't even give him a D for effort. Like, this is just garbage. Like, no, 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 no. Like, watch this. Watch this, guys. Like, watch it with close eyes.
This guy is so pathetic. Not only did you literally show the comment section where you blatantly refused to prove that me and Yoshi were the same person, even though the burden was on your side as the positive, but you also showed where you basically spammed my comment section, literally. Now, before I look at some of these comments, because I don't even think I got any notifications on you, because you're just that irrelevant. But like I said, before I look at them and address them, yeah, let's just go. It's funny because I'm still waiting on him to actually, prove that her motives were out of pity and not just so she wouldn't be held liable for doing it before I was able to consent. See, he likes to say that I'm quote unquote pulling straws, but look at what he's pulling. Like, okay, so I had sex on my birthday. That's not exactly relevant to the actual topic, though. You changed the subject because you were losing the argument, then tried resorting to personal attacks, and then you got slammed on that argument. So, yeah, it's not looking good for you at all. He seems to love bringing up power scaling and topics where it's not even relevant. Kind of just shows his insecurity. But even then, he's literally scared to debate me on Mario versus Sonic, same as he's also scared to debate Eternal on Mario versus Sonic. So, yeah, yeah. Funny because you still haven't joined VC yet, even though I've told you plenty of times that I was waiting on you. Okay, see, now look at how many times he's trying to say, "Oh, Mario isn't universal. Super space is trash." Blah blah blah. Guess what? He's never actually ran these topics though. Never. And the funny part is that the last time, he actually made a real quote unquote debunk was I think it was on Niarobi's scaling or Super Bear Neo, the guy who also got exposed as being a lolicon, but let's not talk about that. But yeah, power scaling isn't even relevant in the conversation right now. You're just bringing up petty stuff because you're getting bullied right now. Yep, it's not looking good for this guy. And then, too, he thinks that I'm quote unquote hurt because I brought up his grandma. But let me ask you two things. Why would I be hurt if I'm already bullying you in that argument? And then, two, well, of course I did. What else could I bring up? You don't tell much about your social life because not social, you don't tell much about your personal life because you know that if you do, I'm clearly going to have something against you. Something that's way worse than you trying to misinterpret me having my first time on my birthday. It will be way worse. I mean, we already have MTF leader, Death God, and someone else who said you got cucked, which, I mean, there's currently no proof of that, but I wouldn't be surprised since you literally exhibit the behaviors of a cuck victim. Because let's think about what a cuck would do, right? Okay, we already know that a cuck in an argument, they will self-project getting cheated on to other people because, well, they more than likely got cheated on or something similar to that happened and they didn't do anything about it. Two, a cuck concedes pretty easily. And I mean, very easily. You've already seen how many times this guy has conceded against me. And three, when they are conceding, they'll literally try to use something to either get out of it, but then they end up backing themselves into a deeper corner. which is also what he did, because the more he talks and tries to justify himself, the more he literally exposes more about himself. Better? You better than me? Tell a better joke. Please, your jokes are not even funny. Because if you really want me to tally down how terrible you are compared to me, oh, trust me, I can. I very much can. Okay, so for one, unlike me, you will literally try to delete evidence when you get caught conceding, or, well, conceding to one point. See, me, on the other hand, I can at least admit when I'm conceding, or I can justify when I'm not conceding. You, on the other hand, suck at that, so you couldn't. You will literally spend money on an authority just to literally be debunked by the fallacy. See, me, I actually do research and try to support what I say. You don't. You take any statement at face value, and if it's a statement that you don't like, you'll try to debunk it, which is confirmation bias and also special pleading. 3, you don't even understand how basic logic works. I literally saw your argument with what's his name? Tom the dog, and you literally implied that logic doesn't dictate truth. Now let's tackle that for a second, right? Logic and truth are concepts that go hand in hand. We use logic to determine what is true and what is false. We use truth to determine what is logical and what is not logical, or not logically consistent. For example, let's say that a house is green. In order to support this being true, we need the law of identity, which identifies the color of the house, which is, well, green. Likewise, truth is needed to determine whether the observed identity of something is true or false, which the observed identity being the house being green, which is true because we literally see that the house is green. So that's just an easy debunk to that. And then, what's funny? Later on in his argument with Tom the dog, he literally tried to say that logic dictates reality, so therefore reality is above logic. No, that's not how that works. They're not above one another. Like I said, they go hand in hand. Just like truth and reality go hand in hand. Think of it like the Trinity, for example. Okay, so reality in this case would be God himself. Actually, no. Let's not use that Trinity, because some people might not, they might get into arguments about that. Let's use the mind, body, and spirit. In this case, the spirit would be reality, the body would be truth, and the mind would be logic. In order to dictate whether something has a basis in reality or not, we need it to be true. In order to dictate whether something is true or not, we need logical reasoning to define whether it's true or false. Let's take, for example, the moon in our sky. Sorry, I had a little pause right there. I had to think. Okay, so we very much know that the moon exists because, well, by the law of identity, we can literally observe the fact that it's literally in the sky and that it's gray. The fact that it's gray would be true because, well, I mean, how can you debunk something being a certain color? Like, it's literally shown to be gray. There's nothing that can deny that. Considering the observations of this moon is logically true, then that would literally imply that it has a basis in reality, because it's logically possible. And it is possible. Like, it literally exists. There's nothing that can debunk that. Now for point number 4. See, unlike you, I'm not so insecure to the point that I have to bring up the most irrelevant topics into an argument You'll literally bring up my relationship or power scaling just because you're mad that you're losing. And I can't say I haven't done that, but no. I did it in retaliation to you, to what you were trying to say. So it was justified because, well, I can substantiate myself. You can't. 5, and the final verdict. I'm not trying to justify lolicon like you are. Bro, literally your justification of it is that they don't look like real people or look like an actual human, so therefore it's not lolly. So therefore it's not illegal, or I don't want to have to say the word, so I'm not going to say it. But see, here's the real kicker here. The Japanese term for lolly is used to depict children or depict characters that look like young children. And see, you can try to dismiss it by saying this character is 500 years old, even though she looks 10, so therefore it's not wrong. But see, that brings up the question. Sure, that character might be of age, but what exactly do you find attractive about that character who looks like a child? What exactly do you find attractive about that? Come on, just answer the question. Exactly.
Hey, it's me, Goku! Huh? Lolly isn't pedophilic and it's just a drawing. Okay, whatever you say, bro. On a completely unrelated note, can you explain to me what specifically about this character you find sexually attractive? Why do I want to know? Oh, no reason. Just curious. Yeah, just go ahead and answer. Yeah, nice and loud. Right into this microphone. No, don't worry. I'm not recording your answer. Just answer the fucking question, you sick son of a bitch.
You know, to make it even more hilarious, like when you call him out on that, he like gets mad and stuff, talking about some, it's not pedophilic. You're the pedophile by even thinking about it being a child. See, no, that's not how that works. I'm not the one having sexual attraction towards a character who either is or looks like a child, okay? That's you in this case. And see, he also tried to dismiss that as dark humor too. But see, if you're dismissing it as dark humor, then you shouldn't be angry or surprised when people call you a pedo. Then you should not be angry or surprised about that. And see, the funny part about that is, if we go by your logic, then the people who made the laws on pedophilia, well, you're basically calling them pedos, because you see, they had to think about situations where stuff like that had to happen in order to make that a law. Yeah, that's also not a good look on you. Oh, and just so you know, where Gebra lives, this is illegal. As for how I know where he lives, I don't know his exact location, but he's literally the one dumb enough to have his state and residence on Twitter. Literally. Well, X, whatever you call it. I call it Twitter because X just sounds dumb. But yeah, see, I'm actually smart enough not to include my location on my social medias because I don't want people knowing that unless I'm comfortable with it. But see, him on the other hand, he just exposed himself by having his location on X or Twitter. So, yep. Oh, by the way, there was something else I forgot to mention. So before, like literally not too long ago, I took a screenshot of his X profile because, well, he's literally dumb enough to have his location on there, right? So he also admitted that he had sex with a girl while he was 18, and she didn't have to wait for the age of consent. That's what he said. I'm just taking his word for it. And so when I look up the age of consent, I get 17 years old. Literally. Not only that, but I also found out that New York does not have Romeo and Juliet laws. If you don't know what Romeo and Juliet laws are, They're basically laws that allow you and another person close or at the same age while under the age of consent to engage in sexual intercourse. But see, the problem is, well, like I just said, New York does not have Romeo and Juliet laws, which means that a person who's 18 having sex with a person under the age of 16 could literally count as first degree rape or statutory rape. So, yeah, that does not look too good. Not at all. And see, it's funny because the guy's literally bragging about it as if I wouldn't do research on the laws beforehand. Yeah, like I said before, keep bragging, you're only going to make yourself look even worse.
Like, bro thought he cooked a grand full course meal, and like he didn't cook shit. In fact, nah. Let me back up there. He did cook. He cooked the whole house. He burned it down. Like, bro, my grandmother, resting in peace, is not going to change that you got pity fucked by your girlfriend, Saya.
There is nothing to change because it didn't happen the way you interpreted it. And the fact that you literally got slammed on it to the point where you went circular and just repeated the same points over and over again.
Okay? You needed birthday ifs and petty hacks just so you could get in the sheets, bro.
This is coming from the person who made the excuses of, we couldn't be together, we had to separate, to sugarcoat the fact that you had a breakup, though. If my relationship and the interactions with it were out of pity, then she would not still be with me. But I debunked you on that, so we're just going circular at this point again and again. At this point, I just might, stop responding to the pity sex thing because he's just going to keep on using the same trash arguments over and over again, and I'll just rhetorically slam him with my same arguments over and over again because he never actually addresses them.
Like, nah, bro. Nothing you say to me will change that, and nothing you say is going to make me turn my attention away from that. You are absolutely crazy. And the fact is, you made this public.
Here we go. Now he's trying to say that, because you told it to some people in a Discord server that you made it public and that I have the right to bring it up. No, that's not how that works, pal. And not to mention the fact that either way, you still purposefully misinterpreted what I said just so you could get more people on your side. But clearly there's not too many people on your side except for people who are mentally challenged. But let's not talk about those people. Let's talk about you.
You made this public. Like, you tried going against me. You tried defaming me.
Okay, but you still haven't actually proven that the accusations against you are false. Now, I know that this video was made for the purpose of that, but you still failed to because I'm clearly still able to refute it, and most of them with my own proof, too. And if we're going by your logic, you're the one defaming me. Because not only are you purposefully misinterpreting things I've said to say that I had sex out of pity, but you're also trying to say that I doxed you, even though you literally showed an image of someone else saying that and not me. And this person, I'm not even associated with them. The only quote unquote association I have with them is being in the same server as them, and that's it. Like, bro, you're such a gigantic. No, not even gigantic. No, not even colossal. Bro, your hypocrisy literally transcends size itself. That's just how much of a hypocrite you are, bro.
And look where it got you. You're being humiliated here. And it's for the right reasons. Not a single lie has been told. On my end, at least. So, what is your goal here, huh, Tyler? What is your goal? I'm really wondering. Because it looks like you're making things up as you go along. I'm cutting every tie you keep making. And you can't fake it until you make it. I won't allow you. So what is it? What is it? What's the end goal?
My goal? Well, if you really want to know so badly, it's just to simply expose you while also defending myself. Because, see, you were the first one who threatened to quote unquote expose me just because we banned you from Percival's server. Wait, I shouldn't say we because, I mean, only Young did it, but like, yeah. And see, as for why I try to defend myself, well, it's because I know you have an audience of, oh, I don't even know what to call them, but a lot of them take almost everything you say at face value. And knowing how you're literally context distorting and everything like that, well, of course I have to shine light. So here we are.
Like, what is it? I'm genuinely curious because this is what you did was like really psychotic, extremely petty.
The king of petty himself can't even identify what being petty actually is.
Yo, I made fun of your sex life and how pathetic your first time was. So I'm going to make fun of someone's dead family member.
Thought you said you weren't bothered by it. So why'd you bring it up again? We were already past that point.
Huh. Wow. Wow. That's not a good look for you, my man.
Well, you act as if I committed a crime or something worse. I know someone who has, though.
It really isn't. It really isn't. This is just... this is just really sad. It's also funny. Oh, man. Oh, man. Like, you're the mouse of this house.
Well, if I'm the mouse, then you might as well be the insect.
And you were caught by the cat. I got you by the tail. And, like, everyone is seeing this.
More like everyone is seeing you get curb stomped, but sure, I'll allow you to live your dream. I mean, we all have dreams, right?
This is just how it is, man. Like, you did this to yourself. And then you false copyright struck my channel.
Oh, I've been waiting for this. Okay, so regarding his accusation of me falsely copywriting him, well, see, the thing is, I had every right to. Because, see, I had a whole Google Drive folder with 5 videos of screen recordings on him being an idiot. I gave them to his lackey Occurrence because he asked for them. Occurrence went and gave them to Gebra, which personally I could not care less, but see, the thing is, Gebra uploaded the complete and authentic version of those videos, meaning unedited, like everything, like just my original recordings, to YouTube. And as you know, if you own those videos, you are liable to be, if you own those videos, you have every right to copyright strike someone who uploads that content without your permission. Which he did do that. Not like I was going to give him permission anyway, but yep. Then he tries to say that it was wrong because I quote unquote don't own the stuff in the video because it's a private Discord server and all that the content in there belongs to Discord, but like that doesn't debunk anything, because you could literally have private property and someone records it. As long as you have permission, though, it's okay. But see, the thing is, though, the only way you could necessarily not have permission to record a Discord chat is if what's it called? Oh yeah, is if Discord's TOS doesn't allow for it. But see, the thing is, not only have multiple people recorded Discord chats, but Gebra has also done it himself. So he'd basically just be saying that he can't copyright strike stuff either. Yeah, that's not good at all. And then, well, he threatened to strike my videos if no. Before we get to that, he threatened to take me to court if I didn't take the videos down, bro. Like, this guy does not understand how DMCA works. He doesn't understand YouTube's copyright terms either. And it's so funny because it makes sense considering he doesn't even understand how the YouTube algorithm works. Because if I remember correctly, regarding my argument with him about MTF Leader, this guy literally said that YouTube doesn't recommend you stuff that you don't want. Tell that to the large amount of people who literally have Cocomelon stuff on their feed, despite the fact that they don't even watch that stuff. Tell that to them. Or tell that to the people who get politics videos on their recommended page, even though they hardly ever watch anything about politics because they don't care about politics. And it's funny though, because you can't take me to court for my own content if you can't take me to court for my own content if, well, not only do I own it, but at the same time you uploaded the original version of that, which is what I recorded. Which the content in there you do not own. Discord does, and they have nothing against that. And then when he posts his little 1 hour and 47-minute video on me, I shared the video in a post saying that I was gonna debunk it, and he tries to threaten me by saying, if you upload that video, I'm gonna copyright strike you as revenge for copyright striking me. Okay, first of all, proves you're the petty one here, not me. Second, the person who makes the video authentic, like, say for instance, if I upload Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us song into my video, but I make the video original and stuff, I make the video my own and stuff. See, I have less of a chance to be copyright struck than you do. You have a larger chance of getting struck because you uploaded my complete and full content. But see, if anything, if I did it, I'd at least be uploading maybe snippets of what you said, or maybe I just have a disclaimer saying that you own the video, blah, 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 stuff like that. But yeah, see, that's your problem. You don't even understand how the laws work, and it's so sad. And you know what's funny? YouTube allows, in most cases, they allow the uploading of other people's content as long as it's non-commercial use. And as long as I'm not making money off of it, which my channel isn't even monetized. His is, because he literally has 1,000 subs, and that's when you start to get monetized. And not only that, but for me, it's non-commercial use because, well, when you think about it, all I'm doing is just criticizing his terrible evidence against me.
None of that content in that video is yours. You don't own that shit at all. You don't.
Funny, doesn't even attack the fact that I own the recording.
First of all, those servers you posted from, they're owned by me, Percival, and Sonic is the GOAT.
No, they're owned by Discord. You just created them. It's the same way with Mario, Miyamoto, and Nintendo. Miyamoto created Mario, but Nintendo owns him. So, it doesn't matter whether you created them or not. You do not own them. And even then, like I said, this does not attack the point.
They're not owned by you. So why are you saying that, the video is mine? Well, guess what? nothing in the content, like no content in there is yours. Nothing in the content. Like, only your comments is yours. I was in there, and other people were in there. And as long as I didn't give you the permission to use my likeness...
You absolute moron. Something like that only applies to your real life identity and not your Discord identity.
You weren't allowed to place copyright over that video. That's illegal. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, really? This is who people fucks with, by the way.
Notice how majority would rather associate with me over you. See, I haven't committed an actual crime yet. You have, at least once. At least one. You've committed at least one crime throughout this whole thing. At least one.
And speaking of fucking with, this is the poor excuse for a man.
I'm literally a teenager being more of a man than you right now. Put your money where your mouth is.
That Sayo decided to kick it off with. Or at least, that's what Tyler Chaos tells me. Like, oh man, this is just, nah. That's some funny shit, not gonna lie. This is some funny shit. This whole situation was brought by them.
No, it was brought by you being a pathetic, paranoid man-child who couldn't admit when he was wrong.
Like, they know the wrongs that they did, but they won't admit to it. So, I'm playing this so everyone else can see it anyway. You're guilty. Nothing you argue will change that. Like, that's it. Like, come on. And going back to the copyright thing, right? The refute that, what's his name? What is that pathetic fucker's name? I keep forgetting him. Wow. Yeah, Tyler Chaos.
It's funny that he tries to play this little facade of forgetting my name because he wants to forget how many times I've absolutely slapped him in the face in rhetoric.
His refute to the copyright thing that I pointed out is that apparently I knew that I was in there. Well, of course you have to know about a video and that you're in a video to know that you never gave permission.
The reason that refute was even brought up was because of the fact that you literally tried to victimize by acting like you cared about your privacy. But when I literally said I was going to record the whole thing in that argument, you literally acted like you did not care. And two, I could apply the same thing to you because you literally threatened to record the thing also, which I don't know if you did because I haven't seen it yet. But assuming you did, then you're basically just putting yourself in a red square. And it's funny because you never bring up these things until after getting copyright struck and until after I make known that I'm going to make a response video to your video. Quit using these petty and cowardly defense tactics.
To be in there. Tyler Chaos is a very stupid person. Holy shit. His comprehension skills is down the gutter.
You can't even track. You literally said that logic doesn't dictate truth. And you strawmanned me twice, when my argument never actually gave any implications of what you were strawmanning me for.
His ability to use logic and recognize it is shitty. And there is something very wrong with this guy. don't know what to tell you guys. Like, nah, this guy is something else. Can't even hold you. Like, and I'm not gonna hold you. This guy needs to get checked. Research the law. But what he did is not legitimate at all. And I'm here with it, man. I'm here with it. And I do want you guys to know that despite like Tyler's claims that he wasn't conversing with Wahoo, like the Drip Sauce Otherworld server, like makes it pretty clear that he does talk to Wahoo.
I never said I don't talk to Wahoo. What I said was I never aided him in whatever he was saying about you or saying he would do. See, I never denied that I talked to him because I still talk to him as a friend. But like, other than that, we haven't even talked about your retarded conversation unless we were just literally joking on you or calling you dumb for the stuff that you've said or done. So never once did I say that I never talked to him. Stop trying to interpret it as if I said I've never talked to him at all in my life. Why are you trying to purposefully misinterpret what I've said? Actually, why am I even asking that? Because I already know why, but you've done it so many times already.
He talks shit about me.
Okay, but you did the exact same thing, so of course I'm going to. And you have been doing the exact same thing ever since that first argument. And it's clearly bothering you if you're bringing that up of all things now. See, with me, like literally everything in this video right now has either been dunking on you for saying something incredibly stupid or straight up debunking your moronic points that you've tried to push against me. Notice how when me and Wahoo do say something about you, we might linger on it for maybe a little bit, like maybe like a few minutes or so. And then we just go back to do whatever we're doing. Like, so it doesn't even matter, bro. Like you're not making a good point here.
Defames me, attempts to dox me.
Meanwhile, your evidence literally failed to substantiate your point. You didn't even prove that I tried to dox you. You just proved that someone else did. Like, bro, it's funny because you claim that you have a high level of intelligence and that I'm the dumb one, but you're this stupid. Like, literally a baby could slam you in rhetoric. You're just that dumb.
Say they will dox me. And all that kind of shit. I do want to make it known that Wahoo Mario has abused my Christian faith. So I would leave him alone. He has blatantly lied about his girlfriend being pregnant. And this was proven. I gave the scans to Harper Zachary and other people. And people like Occurrence know. I think he gave something to me about that. I'm not. I gotta check. That was quite a bit ago. And he also lied about having taken his life.
Now, this video isn't to defend Wahoo and anything that he's done because, well, for one, he very much did lie about his girlfriend being pregnant. That was proven with a screenshot where they basically plotted that. It was sent in, what's his name? Sonic is the GOAT 14 server. However, see, the problem here is that Gebra is trying to make it seem like Wahoo lied about committing suicide. Now, look, yes, he is still alive, so don't worry about all that. But see, the thing is, Wahoo, well, after Gebra had got reported, Gebra thought it was him, and basically Wahoo wanted people to report him instead because they had just called a truce, and then next thing you know, this sparks up. And he didn't want that getting any worse. So he literally told people to report him instead. And basically, he kind of had like a, small episode. It was in our server. And he basically, thought about ending his life. And he went offline for about a whole day or so, which to the point we thought he actually did do it, but he came back later on. And basically, we didn't think too much about it until like Gebra started making those accusations about he was lying. So I asked Wahoo, did he lie? And he said no, he actually changed his mind. And it was actually Oxy, aka his girlfriend, who was also a spy for Gebra. But yeah, she was the one who convinced him not to do it, to just take a break off the internet, which is why he literally said, I took a Wi-Fi break or something like that. I'll search up the message after this voice clip finishes. But see, if he lied about committing suicide, he would have confirmed it outright. Now, see, the thing is, he did have, not confirmed it outright, but it would have been confirmed because, you can't confirm something if you're dead. Now, see, in his bio, he did have a thing where he said he did it, but, well, his excuse for that was that he forgot to change it. I don't know how true that is, but that's just what he told me. Now, mind you, we had a hand in making him change his mind because we literally tried to stop him from doing that. So, yeah. Wait, hold on. Okay, so I was looking through the proof and stuff, and now that I think about it, how would so there's an image where Wahoo was basically impersonating Gebra, probably for like some comedic purpose. I really don't know. He does that sometimes, but he impersonated him saying some stuff that some people took seriously. I'm not going to say what he said. I might just show a screenshot of it. And see, Gebra is blaming that image that Wahoo was in on him getting his account limited because after people started reporting that and stuff, well, Gebra got basically screwed over, or they apparently reported it. But see, the thing is though, like, you can't impersonate someone and you not be reported because, I mean, think about it. Discord, they can literally remove you or like alter your account regardless of what server you're in. You don't even have to be in the server at all. You don't have to have any connections with anyone, anything like that, because they control the whole entire platform. They can literally do anything regardless of whether it's your DMs, blah, blah, blah. And so, see, it doesn't make sense for Gebra to try and pin the blame on Wahoo because he was impersonating him. Because if people reported that same exact message, Wahoo would be the one getting limited because he's impersonating him, but they can literally track the user by their username or by the servers they're in, stuff like that. So, yeah, that's pretty fishy. And the incident was even affecting my mental health, but I eventually got over it, though.
And he only revealed himself to have survived when I had gotten the sufficient proof that proved that he was still alive and that he lied and that he was only doing it to try to get other communities on me. I'm dead. And I've created a community post about this too. Like, I created a Google Doc and everything. Like, this guy, Wahoo, Drip Sauce and them, they're not slick. They're not slick. Anything they... Okay, and when they say, well, you don't have proof that I didn't do that, and they don't swear on it, They're clearly lying.
No, you don't have to be swearing on something to tell the truth. This is literally a fallacy of false dichotomy. Like, because you're only presenting the two choices of someone must swear to tell the truth, or if they don't swear, then they're lying. But that's not the case though, because there's multiple possibilities. Like, some people might not be comfortable with swearing. The other people, they might not believe in swearing. Then other people, they might just not think about it. You swearing on something doesn't denote whether you're telling the truth or not, because I could swear on something and be lying about it. So this attack doesn't even attack anything.
They're clearly lying. They're clearly lying. I don't even know why this is so talked about. Like, when somebody says there's no proof of something rather than they didn't do it, they are lying to you.
Oh, great. He committed another fallacy. Two fallacies to be exact. Well, one of them here would be argument from ignorance. Because, well, the fallacy itself, here's how it works. Basically, it's assumed that something is true or false simply because it hasn't been proven otherwise. But in this case, the assumption is that by not outright denying something instead of focusing on lack of proof, the person is lying. But it literally assumes that the choice of words automatically indicates guilt, which is flawed reasoning based on a lack of direct evidence of lying. Like, because you're not actually proving they're lying, you're just assuming that they are because of how they word it, like how they word their response to it. And then, two, it's also a hasty generalization because that fallacy literally includes making a broad conclusion based on insufficient or specific evidence. But in the case here, well, concluding that someone who says there's no proof of that instead of I didn't do it, it must be lying is a hasty generalization because it overlooks the variety of reasons that someone might phrase their response that way, which is literally what I just said.
They did it. There's no debate about that. That is an admission of guilt. Like, yeah, I'm guilty, but you can't prove it. That's what that sounds like. That's what it is. These are very fucked up individuals. They are very fucked up individuals. Something is in their water. They are disingenuous, and if I I wonder what their parents think of them. I really do, because they're going out here with this nonsense, and they're causing trouble for other people, doxing and all that. I wonder what their parents think of them.
Yeah, okay, Drake.
I wonder what their teachers, what their friends, all of that. Because that is some messed up shit they're doing to others. Yeah. They also worked with Tom the dog and Timesies, who dox people.
Only thing I've done was talk to Tom a few times, so no sufficient justification of that. Don't talk to Timesies either.
Oh, they also worked with MFT leader, who literally said that the age of consent is subjective.
Only thing I've done was talk to him a few times too. No justification of that.
I'm not sure if you can read my face, but I'm cringing. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. Like, really. That is monstrous. And if you guys really doubt what I'm saying in this video. Like, I know that not all of the scans I posted is being shown. I suggest going to the previous videos that I've made and looking at those. And one more thing I want to talk about is this claim that I messed with girls below the age of consent and I somehow don't care about the age of consent. If that was true, I would not be having a fuss over MFT leaders saying the age of consent is subjective.
You being concerned about that doesn't support anything because literally hypocrites do the same thing. They'll either one, do something to someone and then expect something from them, or either two, they'll get mad at someone for something that they've done, but they've also done that same thing. So that doesn't denote anything.
I just want you to know that. What I actually said was that if Tyler Chaos and Seo were around the same age, or she's slightly older, just slightly, she wouldn't have waited for Tyler Chaos to reach 16 if, like, she liked him that much. She wouldn't have waited. One thing about women is that they are go-getters. They are go-getters. They are determined. When they are not determined about something, that implies a disinterest.
Okay, so not only are you arguing based on subjective judgment, but this is also a fallacy of composition. Because he's making the assumption that all women are go-getters, which asserts that all women, well, they're go-getters. But see, the problem is that it literally overlooks the facts that some women have patience or maturity. Like, so, okay, if we use your logic, then we could literally say that all men are they literally care about nothing but sex, which is not true. Because sure, there are a lot of men that care only about sex, but there is other men that only care about, like, actual genuine relationships. You can't just make the assertion that all women are go-getters based on your own experiences. That's subjective. Oh yeah, and about the subjective part, that's also a fallacy of fantasy projection, by the way. Oh, and by the way, us being close in age doesn't actually dismiss anything.
They work, they do a lot of things. So the fact that she waited despite not really having any barriers, which she made barriers for the guy, like, shows that she played Tyler Chaos for a fool. And I am surprised he hasn't put two and two together yet. Yet he's still.
Okay, so doesn't actually attack anything I said. Also, prove it was for a reason of disinterest rather than just being patient. And yeah, here we go with the simp accusations again. Let's look at what the actual definition of a simp is. Mind you, my first argument with the guy revolved around this. A simp is typically described as a person who tries to get affection from a girl who, well, doesn't really like them by doing all types of things for them. But see, the thing is, I have gotten affection from her. And whenever she needs help, well, of course I'm going to help. She did the same for me multiple times. So why not return the favor? And the guy tried to attack my sources for the definition of a simp, which was using Urban Dictionary, because he knew he was wrong on the entire topic. See, he made the claim that, oh, because people can edit stuff on Urban Dictionary, that means it's not reliable. Okay, yeah, people can edit stuff. So what? People can edit stuff on Wikipedia. People can edit stuff on official health websites that have .gov and .edu on it. .gov, I meant. I don't know why I put a B at the end. I mean, as long as you have editing permission, you can literally edit any source, whether official or not. But whether something is official or not doesn't denote whether it's right or wrong, or true or false. The only way he would have been able to disprove me on that point is if he attacked the definition of simp itself, but he didn't because he was wrong and he knew it. And by the way, tell me this, like, okay, you can try to argue that she doesn't show me affection, but if a person doesn't show you affection, would they do things for you without asking? Would they just be considerate of you? Would they worry about the smallest things regarding your health or bodily issues? Would that person literally text you just about 24/7 just so you have someone to talk to? Would that person tell you that they love you constantly? Would that person put themselves before you in most cases? I don't think a lot of people who don't show affection would do that. Affection is defined as a gentle wait. Oh, let me look up the definition. Okay, it's defined as a gentle feeling of fondness or liking, which in my case, what I literally just described is that. Like, you have no idea how many times she's tried to be around me, even when it couldn't actually happen, because we enjoy each other's company. So, again, you're not attacking anything here. You're just baselessly yammering again. And yeah, Sayo and I have even had our own ups and downs, mishaps, disagreements, arguments. Not saying that, like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to say that our relationship is all sunshine, rainbows, and cupcakes and all of that crap. But see, that's what makes an actual, genuine relationships. We rise above those things and make up. Simple as that. So he definitely can't say anything about, oh, you're just defending her to support her. No, I'm defending her because you're wrong. And that also tells me that you don't really have good relationship experiences. It lets me know that your relationships only really lasted for a short amount of time. My relationship has lasted for about 6 or 7 years and is still going on right now. So yeah, you're not really doing a good job at making yourself look good here at all. But in the end, none of those simp accusations or those bias accusations even matter. Because in the end, Gebra only cares about winning arguments. He will literally resort to anything in order to win an argument. This whole video itself is proof of that. See, now me, for the most part, I debate to convince people unless you're just being outright rude, just being a straight up jerk like Gebra is. See, then I'll only debate just to bully you because, in the end, you kind of deserve it because you're just outright disrespecting people. So,
Simps for her so he can get a taste of her feet or some shit.
okay, thanks for confirming you have a feet fetish. I just cringed.
Or some disgusting shit. And there's this misconception that I'm imagining this. No. And Percival and all those other guys can tell you.
It's funny how you rely on them as sources when they literally supported me in that argument.
This guy, Tyler Chaos, explicitly told us, that he had sex with Sayo on his birthday. Or was it Sayo that told us that? It doesn't matter. We were told.
Okay, but this doesn't prove anything about simping, pity sex, or anything like that. Like, now you're just repeating your own points.
He told us that disgusting shit. We didn't bring it up. He did. He did.
If I ever brought this up, it was because it was relevant to the conversation at hand. And which it has been relevant a lot of times because you've decided to try and attack my personal relationship multiple times because you didn't have good arguments. So you went for something personal instead to try and deviate from the actual point at hand.
I'm just relaying the message out to you guys. He is not getting away for exposing that. And then saying that, the minor camera doesn't care about the age of consent, bro.
Fun fact, I in fact did not say this. What actually happened is that I got some info from Death God, who has had a bunch of run-ins with Gebra and actually confirmed himself that he's reported Gebra multiple times in the past. He's been the one sending me images so far that, like, didn't happen this year or anything. And the thing is, in one of our arguments, he was so busy trying to brag about how he apparently didn't have to wait for the age of consent that he basically just admitting to having sexual intercourse with a minor under the age of consent. Because if you know, the age of consent is 16 years old, as I've said multiple times throughout this video. But see, Gebra outright admitted that he was 18 when it happened, and he literally said that the girl herself was that she didn't wait for the age of consent. He said something like that. I'll get the screenshot later on though. And see, the illegal age gap is 3 to 4 years. Yeah, it's 3 to 4 years. So the fact that you outright admit that the girl was under 16 while you were 18 is literally illegal. Yeah. Okay. We're getting a little bit very, very fishy, Gebra. Very fishy. Yeah.
No. Look, you projector. That's not what was said at all. And people are going into my comment sections asking me about that. I noticed that. And it's another defaming tactic. When me and one of my girlfriends were around the same age, we didn't really wait to do it.
Okay, so you admit you engaged in an illegal act. Nice. The more you attempt to defend your wrongdoing, the worse you look.
At all. Like, we didn't wait to do the business. We got right to it. We were around the same age. Well, actually, my first girlfriend, she more or less told me that it was more of a fling, but she liked it. She was slightly older than me. Yeah. And the second one, we had well, technically I had sneak sex with the first one. The second one I also had sneak sex with. And MFT leader and what's his name, Tyler Chaos, they're creating this narrative that sneak sex is not like caring about the age of consent or some shit. That's no.
Wrong. Another straw man. It wasn't about how or when you did it. It was about the ages you blatantly admitted that you did it at.
No, dude. That's fucking stupid. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, there's clearly something in your water. And like, when I do set up the courts, like, all of this will be brought up. Because this is insane. And I will show them this video if need be. Because this is nuts. And you're free to show the courts like that video of me being a fraud and stuff, because I can explain that to them.
Okay, one, just because you explain something to the courts doesn't mean that they'll accept it, because they still have to like relay and review everything. Two, you're bringing it to the courts when you've literally admitted to committing criminal acts, so you're only screwing yourself over. And three, I assume the guy is talking about those 5 videos I had in a Google Drive folder. No, that isn't incriminating evidence. That's just you being stupid. And I was going to post it whenever you made your quote-unquote exposed video. But, of course, it was also going to have my inputs in there as well. And see, that was before I found out about your crazy accusations that you had. So, I mean, that's really just to show the internet that you're just an idiot. But, like, this video right here, it's to do both of those things because, Like, now you're just straight up admitting to committing crimes that are pretty much frowned upon.
Like that's not an issue. No crime was committed there at all. But colluding with people to go against me and dox me and all that shit,
Still waiting for him to prove this.
defame me, cyberstalk me by going to different social media websites where I've created an account and name for myself to try to defame me is some real criminal shit. I want you to explain that to them. Like, go ahead. Like, you're free. Like, and I got people who opted to testify and go to it if need be. Like, this is how it is. This is how it is. You made this problem for yourself, and it will come back to you. If not now, later, but it will come back to you. People will know who you are. They will see you for the slime ball you are. They will see how fucked up you are.
I wish this absolute moron would just stop yapping about nothing and actually, make a point. Because now he's just like, oh, well you're going to be exposed. It is going to come back to you. Okay, that's not relevant to the argument. You need to actually make a point, because now I'm just getting bored of listening to your annoying voice. Like, because you're not making the actual argument now. You're literally just talking just to be talking. And that's why I stopped making as many, inputs when he just started yapping about nothing and just throwing insults, because, like, they're not actual arguments. So I don't really have a reason to, reply to them or anything like that.
That's the end of it. So, keep up this act. Like, it's like the more you do it, the more like people will see my point. Like, and the mask is coming off like gradually. So keep on. Like, no one is scared of you, bro.
This is pretty hypocritical coming from the guy relying on threats. I don't need anyone to be scared of me to, prove my worth. Actually, I don't even need to prove my worth at all. I can simply just outsmart you like I'm doing right now.
And Wahoo, like I heard you, bro. You said you've been to court and you'll get all. I was like, okay. Like, if you think that's the case, then set it up. I'll be there. No one's playing with you, bro. No one's playing. Save that overconfidence for the judge, bro. Also, apparently me not caring about the age of consent thing, like, I actually recorded the entire thread about that. And it's funny how this guy doesn't actually show that, even though I clearly recorded it. It just makes him look disingenuous as fuck. I was making fun of how Seo pity fucked the guy.
Yeah, I didn't show it again because I already brought it up in earlier refutations. And, well, literally, you just outright ignored them. All you did was tell me to, prove I said that, even though the proof is literally based on your previous comments. And I literally quoted you, which is why when you told me to, I literally told you to read, because I'm not going to repeat myself, because that's what you like to do. You like to try to make people repeat themselves over and over again.
And keep in mind, this was in a post where I proved that this whole thing that he kept doing, where he said that, Deborah is a pedophile, bro, was about lolly and fictional shit.
I'm gonna say it once and I'll say it again. If you actually knew how laws worked, you know that it doesn't matter whether it's fictional or whether it's lolly or not, because it still counts as child sexual exploitation, even though it's, fictional. Yeah, they literally have a section for that too, pal. And the fact that you've also blatantly admitted to watching or liking slash possessing lolly stuff is yeah, that's not gonna fly. Then you try justifying it, just like the guy who you used to have beef with. I think his name is Super Bear Neo. He exposed you, but he also got exposed as being one of them. So yeah, doesn't look too good, buddy. Because see, even then, this all begs the question, like before, what exactly about a lolly do you find attractive? Because lollies, most of the time, they're meant to look like, children. So it doesn't look good on you at all. Because again, I can see if like the lolly in question that you were, I don't know, I'm not even gonna say what you might be doing to those things, but if the lolly in question looked like, somewhat like, able to consent, like maybe if she looked like maybe in her late teens, like, 16, even 15 is somewhat acceptable. But like, other than that, like, no, no, that it just, no, it just, I can't.
Like, it's in the recording. Hold on. Let me just show you guys. Like, look at this. Look at this, bro.
It's real hilarious how he actually thinks he did something here by showing that. But the problem is that I never even used those images of what Wahoo said as proof, because he said so many inconsistent things that he can't really be considered a consistent source unless he has actual genuine proof. And so you basically just fabricated false evidence on my part because I never used what Wahoo said as my evidence. Now, I had already replied to most, if not all, of the guy's comments in this video that he showed, but literally, like, don't you notice how most of his comments, instead of being actual meaningful arguments, they're just moronic insults, like, literally, or stuff that's not even on topic to what we're even talking about. Man, doesn't look good. And the crazy part about that is there was one thing I came across which I did reply to. It was the blind authority thing. Because, see, if you paid attention to his video, you'd see where he types a comment about blind authority. And note that I've only actually said something about blind authority in regards to his power scaling in my own server, the one where I made the Slender edit off of. It used to be called Mushroom Scaling Kingdom, and now it's called the Mario Gang, blah blah blah. But yeah, see, the thing is, his scaling. Now, all of this isn't on topic. I'm just gonna go ahead and get it out of the way. But the thing is, with his scaling, it's literally just blind authority. Because if you think about it, a large percentage of his scaling comes from Ian Flynn. And now let me just read the definition of blind authority right quick. It's defined as asserting that a proposition is true solely on the authority making the claim. It is often the case that those who blindly follow an authority ignore any counter evidence to the authority's claim, no matter how strong, which he does do. Like, there's a lot of things wrong with a bunch of Ian Flynn's statements and stuff, and the guy will just literally ignore any type of refutation to them, or just acts like they can't be refuted at all just because he's literally a lore manager. Okay, the authority could be anyone or anything, including parents, a coach, a boss, a military leader, a document, or a god. Yeah. And it's so funny too, because you don't even need the fallacy to debunk anything that he may have said that Ian Flynn might have agreed on or anything, because you could literally just attack Ian's own statements, or literally just attack the guy's reasoning. Like, I have a friend of mine who goes by the name of Ari, and this is a guy, by the way. But basically, he was in an argument with Gebra in a YouTube comment section, where basically Gebra tried arguing Type 51 multiverse, which is something he made up just because Ian Flynn said it. Like, he literally asked Ian Flynn on Bumblecast what multiverse is in Sonic's verse, and he quite literally said Type 51. And then he just made up his own definition based on that, and then tried arguing, saying that Ian Flynn meant that. How are you going to assume what he meant when it doesn't even exist? Not to mention that, but like, it doesn't even match up with anything Max Tegmark has, so no, that's not gonna work. And I think I have a document, like his document where he made up the definition too. Let me just look at this right quick. Okay, wait, I stand corrected. I don't have the document, but I do have a debunk to it that I made. Okay, let me just open Google Docs and read it right quick. Okay, here we go. Max Tegmark, a prominent cosmologist, proposed 4 types of multiverses, each based... Oh, come on. This is why I hate being outside, but... Okay, anyway. Max Tegmark, a prominent cosmologist, proposed 4 types of multiverses, each based on scientifically grounded theories, right? Okay, so we got Type 1, Type 2, Type 3, and Type 4. Now, Type 1, literally universes with different initial conditions, but the same physical laws. Type 2 is universes with different physical constants resulting from chaotic inflation. Now, Type 3, Hugh Everett's many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. Type 4 is multiverses with different mathematical structures distinct from our own laws of physics. Now, the Type 51 is inconsistent with what Max Tegmark made, because like no legitimate scientific theory or extension beyond the 4 types exist.
The claim that Type 51 transcends all existing multiverses isn't even scientifically grounded and is falsely fabricated. Now, for any theory valid in science, it must be falsifiable. That is, it must make predictions that can be tested or disapproved. Now, Tegmark's multiverses are at least theoretically falsifiable under certain interpretations of physics, like, for example, quantum mechanics and inflation theory. The Type 51 multiverse is designed to be unfalsifiable, claiming to quote-unquote encompass everything, including contradictory concepts like impossible, or trivial realms, and laws and unlaws. Now, what kind of idiot made up the term unlaws? There is no such thing as unlaws. Like, you either have laws or you don't. Okay. And existing beyond all concepts, which creates several self-contradictions. Like, for one, it includes both the impossible and impossible, which are mutually exclusive categories, and my bad. And two, it claims to transcend any form of tiering and scaling, yet it literally assigns a position of superiority over other types of multiverses, which is itself a form of tiering. Okay, and not only that, but we also have, like, it's literally an internal consistency that weakens the argument, since a theory that contradicts itself can't hold logically. It claims to transcend all concepts while using concepts like multiverse or transcendence as foundations, which, of course, that does not make sense. It literally contradicts the whole thing. And not only that, the argument posits that if one accepts the other multiverse types, then that one must also accept Type 51 or else it's hypocritical, which is a logical fallacy, by the way. And that is category error and false equivalence. Now, category error, okay, let's go over it. Tegmark's multiverses are based on scientific principles and physical laws, whereas Type 51 multiverse deals in vague ideas that aren't even comparable or empirically measurable. And then two, you have false equivalence. Just because the multiverse theories exist doesn't mean we have to accept any arbitrary version of them. Each new theory should have its own scientific merit. And accepting scientifically grounded theories doesn't even compel one to accept a non-scientific arbitrary fabrication like Type 51, as the two are not even equivalent. So, yeah. Oh, I also forgot. I also brought up some arguments that he might try to pull. Okay. Let's see. Okay, now, this is just going based on what I might think he might try to pull, because, well, I'm just going based on how dishonest he is. Now, he might say something like, Type 51 multiverse is a philosophical or metaphysical theory, so it doesn't need to follow scientific rules. But even in metaphysics, a theory must maintain logical coherence. Like, the self-contradictory nature of the Type 51 multiverse, like, for example, encompassing both the possible and impossible simultaneously, because, see, not even extended modal realism does that. I mean, not in the context he used it in, it doesn't. But it literally diminishes its credibility as a philosophical theory anyway. And then, okay, here's another argument that he might say. New types of multiverses can be invented, so why not Type 51? Let's see, the problem here is that new types of multiverses can only be accepted if they are grounded in scientific or logical reasoning. The Type 51 multiverse literally lacks so much grounding and instead relies on vague, non-falsifiable claims, which is a fallacy of ambiguity. Alright, now his last argument that I have on here that he might try to say. The Type 51 multiverse transcends current understanding, so it can include everything. Transcendence can't be an excuse for incoherence, though. A theory that includes everything, including contradictions, is self-defeating and logically invalid, because, and once again, transcendence implies a deviation from something. You including these structures isn't a deviation. So yeah. Okay, let's just face it. Gebra is a terrible scaler and debater, and very dishonest. Oh, but we're not done. We're done with the Type 51 multiverse thing. Oh, but we're gonna go back on topic now.
And like I said, the guy false copyright struck my channel.
I already defended against this both in the comment section where I argue with him and in this video, so I have no need to reply to it now.
He false copyright struck my channel. Like, this guy is stupid, bro. You do not own the content in the video. Why are you saying it's yours? And I didn't give you permission to post it?
Like I said before, me recording the footage makes me the owner. 2, you do not own the server. Now, yeah, you created it, sure, but guess what? It's Discord's property, not yours. Just because you created it doesn't mean anything. You used their instruments to do it.
That's a crime. That's false ownership. Yo, just watch this. Like, look through this. Like, the amount of logical leaps and fraud that this guy is doing to, like, try to rationalize what he did is nuts. Like, yo, told him to revoke my strikes and let those videos be uploaded. And the funny thing was, he was going to upload them anyway.
The fact that I was going to upload them eventually doesn't change the fact that I didn't consent to you uploading my own original footage to YouTube. Me uploading them in the near future literally does not even, it literally doesn't make you any more innocent, like, than you claim to be. Like, that's because you're not innocent at all, but still, though. Because, I mean, by this logic, let's take Nintendo, right? Let's say that they have a game trailer or something that they're going to eventually release, but then someone ends up getting, like, the raw footage of the stuff that they were eventually going to release on YouTube or something, right? If you release this on YouTube without their consent or their approval, you are going to get struck for it. It doesn't matter whether they were going to upload it anyway. You're still going to get struck for it. The time does not matter.
He said they're unedited. So why is that a problem?
The fact that you're too moronic to actually realize this is just hysterical. Okay, there's a reason why I said that the videos that were mine, that he uploaded, were unedited, and why there was a problem with it. See, there was a problem with it because that means that he uploaded the unedited version, aka the original / raw footage of my video to YouTube without my consent. If he had edited with a disclaimer or something saying that he didn't own the content, or if he had asked for my consent, not like I would have given him my consent anyway, but if he had asked for either that or done that, then he would have probably gotten away with it. But he did not. He literally instead just took the original footage of my video, didn't even bother saying that he didn't own the footage or anything like that, and he just uploaded it. And anyone who knows YouTube copyright guidelines knows that that's against the guidelines. You've been on YouTube for just about 10 years, or probably not even more, and you still don't know this? Come on now.
Why is that such an issue? Why? Why is that an issue? Wouldn't it be better if it's unedited so things aren't trimmed out, left out? Everyone gets the full story or the closest to the full story. You edit it, and now people are wondering what else is edited? What's being hidden? Right?
Okay, but who said I'd hide anything? Because unlike you, I have nothing to hide. But see, when I said something about editing, what I really meant was that I was going to add my own vocals, whatever you call it, verbal input, or actually maybe not even no, because the original video that I was working on wasn't verbal. It was more so visual, like it just had the text on the screen. But who knows? I might do verbal. because this video already gave me a bit more confidence to do voice recordings. But yeah. And aside from any memes or anything that I might add for, a piece of comedy or anything like that, I have nothing to cut out. Nothing at all. So it doesn't make sense. And it's logically inconsistent. Plus, who are you to assume what I'm going to do with my own video? That's not, you don't have any power over that.
What about that? That's stupid. That's like extremely stupid, bro. You can't excuse that. Like, you're crazy. You don't even understand the law that you're trying to use in your favor.
That's hypocritical considering you're trying to use terrible arguments to defend you using my original footage. Yeah, okay, bro.
And that's why you will fail. And keep in mind, like, about the video before the one I just showed, like that video, there's a later version that I recorded, and it's about him accusing me of being a pedophile for what I said that I had already addressed. It's like appalling. It's really appalling that he makes these logical leaps to try to rationalize his defamation.
Notice how he doesn't actually defend against anything I say because, I mean, not only do you see it in the videos that he records, but you also see it in my own video footage that is in this video right here.
Like, no, bro, you're stupid. Let me just show you guys. And mark my words, you're all going to see that this guy, Tyler Chaos, is like on some crazy shit. Like, he doesn't have anything, no material on me.
Must be nice to be contradicted as soon as I start making this video.
Nothing. He's trying to make them up. It's crazy. He doesn't have jack squat. And you can look at this too. This guy does not know the law. Holy shit.
This is coming from the self-proclaimed law school student who doesn't even know basic laws.
He does not know the law. He acts like he does, but he doesn't. And it's going to come back to bite him. Watch. You're going to get to that. It's funny that he brings up the age of consent, but he says that he knew Seo from kindergarten, which means they are around the same age.
I figured he'd pull this sooner or later, but I already have a defense for that, though. Because, see, the thing is, the Romeo and Juliet law only applies to people who are 16 and 17, I think. Maybe even 8. Actually, no, 18 is an adult. But, yeah, that law only, like, the least amount, like, no, not amount, the least, I can't, what am I gonna, the least largest age it applies to is 16 years old. The only exception of this is if both parties are married. But see, we are not married. So we weren't even able to do it while I was still 15. Which is why we waited until 16. Also because of the reason of she didn't want to ruin her reputation and stuff like that. And then too, it's funny because now that he's brought up the fact that I outright said that we were both in kindergarten when we met each other, he didn't even bring up the fact that I literally admitted that she's 1 year older than me. Because see, if we were to engage in sexual activity while I was 15 years old and she was 16, that would be considered a misdemeanor, but at the same time it would still be considered a crime. So, like, you're not helping your case here and you're not making a valid point.
So you could have messed around with her anytime you wanted.
You're right. You're right. I could have. But you know what I couldn't have done? I couldn't have done it without it being a crime. But see, that's what you fail to understand. And it's making you look worse and worse by the minute, because now it just sounds like you're trying to defend committing a crime, a sexual crime at that, which was just aligned with a lot of the other stuff I might have accused you of.
She created that wall that didn't even need to be there. The fact you don't understand that she's not really attracted to you is nuts. She's not.
But what would you know about attraction, though? Because you can't even keep a relationship.
You're insane. You're delusional. And you're a sad sack of shit. And me saying that I didn't have to wait because a girl liked me and that we were around the same age.
Okay, you being around the same age as the girl does not change the fact that the state you live in lacks Romeo and Juliet laws. It does not change the fact that it's still a crime. Notice how Romeo and Juliet laws typically only apply to people around the same age while being under the age of consent. But see, he quite literally admits to being above the age of consent. You literally admitted to that. And why would you have to bring up, I didn't have to wait if you were above the age of consent? Because of course you wouldn't have to wait because you'd be above the age of consent. So the only other logical conclusion is that the person who you did it with was not above the age of consent. And if that is the case, because your state lacks Romeo and Juliet laws, you are still committing a crime. Okay? Get that through that thick skull of yours, please.
And I had sex with people older than me. Not crazy older, like slightly. Still around the same age, I guess.
You didn't say this in your comments, so why are you contradicting yourself?
Mentioning that was apparently pedophilia to you. Me mentioning that we kind of did it in places we weren't really supposed to is pedophilia to you? Tyler of Chaos? Is that it? Interesting. That is very interesting. What an odd thing to say, isn't it?
Notice how he practically just strawmans me again, because my argument was never fixated on him saying that at all. So, yeah, it was never fixated on you doing it in places you weren't supposed to. It was fixated on you doing it at ages you weren't supposed to. Exactly.
Like, come on, this guy is stupid. Guys, like, look at this. This guy is stupid. And we're going through this recording right now. Like, look at this. Like, where did I say I messed with people below the age of consent? Tell me where I said this. Where did I say this? That is defaming territory. Like, no shit. That's messed up.
Well, I already showed proof where he said that earlier on in the video, but notice how he practically agrees to the fact that what you say about a person has to be false in order for it to be defaming. Because, see, he's arguing from the stance that what I accused him of is false. And we see this by the comment you literally see him typing in his little video snippet right now. Well, for people who see the full video anyway, because, well, like I said, the full video is not going to be on YouTube, but rather I'm going to post it everywhere else, mainly on Discord servers, though. But see, earlier on, he literally tried to argue against something that said about him being false, only being the only thing that counts as defamation. He tried to argue it was more than that. But see, now you're practically just conceding to me, like you've always been.
And I told him, get that statement right now. And he can't get it, because it's made up.
What? I literally got the statement after he had finished the recording. And not only that, but like I just said multiple times already, the proof is literally in the video. Like, I literally went and searched everything back up just to put it in here. So yeah, that's not looking good.
Nowhere did I say that. He's a liar. This bro, Tyler Chaos, he's desperate. He don't have anything on me. Well, I have everything on him.
Okay, so I know you're more than likely going to make a response video to this, so all I'm going to say is, okay, prove something valid that I've done that hasn't been easily refuted by me already. Just show something that I haven't easily refuted. And if it's terrible, well, yeah, you're hopeless at that point.
And he doesn't like that. Well, you guys are seeing this. This is the recording. You're seeing it. You see what I'm typing. Where's the quote? Where is it? Where is it, Tyler Chaos? Where is it, Wahoo? Where is it, Drip Sauce? Where is it, MFT Leader? Where's that quote? Where is it? Come on, go get it. Oh wait, you can't. It doesn't exist. And that's how it is out here. You got all these phonies, these fakes, these frauds, these clout chasers trying to get another piece of the pie, trying to fake it till they make it. With me, I won't allow that to occur. That's the way it is. Like, what? Like, they have to straw man, red hair, and all that shit just to have the hopes of getting over.
Oh, I've already gotten over you without the use of fallacious reasoning. Notice how throughout the whole little YouTube comment section tag thing that we did, he didn't address basically not one of the fallacies I accused him of. He didn't address none of them. He didn't contend to any of them. The only quote unquote fallacy that he contended to was the one about his power scaling. That was literally the only thing he contended to. Anything else? Oh, he just dropped that. And he's more than likely going to do the same thing here too.
The recording of this video is about to end. And this is some commentary for it. There you go. Yeah.
Well, these very expressive comments of his that he literally practically spammed most of the time, that explains why he sounded kind of schizophrenic when I first commented to him. Because I knew something was off when it felt like he was talking to himself. But hey, we got the whole thing now.
And don't worry, I got that. got bro MFT leader too. I got him too. He wanted to hop on this and work with Tyler Chaos too.
Literally any competent person above tier 10 can literally tell that both me and MFT leader on our own respective times refuted Dell's accusations. Mind you, we went on a whole roll about that one.
And we ended up learning more about him. He thinks subjective truth is a thing. An opinionated truth. That is illogical. Next, he tried saying that, like, sneak sex is saying that I don't care about the age of consent. Like, the leaps in logic that they have to do to try to paint me as guilty of something and, like, project, because I'm assuming that's projecting, because, like, where is this coming from? Like, yo, that's disgusting. Oh, man. Anyway, watch this video. And no lie, what this guy, MFT leader, said when I brought up how his prophet messed with minors, he said it's not pedophilia, because of the age of consent, is subjective.
I'm not gonna delve too much into MTF leader's situation, but about when he said the age of consent was subjective, which I assume he said that, I didn't really pay too much attention to the video because, like, that's not my problem or anything. But assuming that he did say that, what he more than likely meant was that, the age of, because the age of consent varies in different, like, regions, that it would be subjective in that way. Like, because say, for example, the age of consent in Japan, I think it used to be, I don't know if it still is, but I think it used to be like 12 or 13. Or like my state, the age of consent in my state is 16. In Gebera's state, the age of consent where he lives is 17. So in that case, there's not exactly, like, how do I put this? Like, there are like, the ages of consent are objective, but only to those respective regions, and not like to the rest of the world or anything like that. Now that's what I think he might have meant. Now, if you don't think he might have meant that, sure, you can ask him. I'm not gonna ask him, or maybe I will. I don't know. I don't really care, to be honest. But that's just how I think he meant it. That's my 2 cents on that. So now looks like MTF leader finally replied to me, because I went on Discord to ask him. Now, if this web page hurries up, okay, it loaded up. Let me just read what he said. Okay, so he says, cool, so under the Islamic law, simply said under Surah 65:4. Now, I'm not really good with Islamic religion, so forgive me, but okay, let me finish reading though. It says there is no age limit to where a girl can necessarily get married. However, since Geb is, I can't say that word here, it's kind of a slur. I mean, not really, but like, I can't say it on here because I want to stay kid friendly. But since Geb is dumb and can't understand if a girl needs to be married, it needs to be accepted upon and validated by the parents upon the Sunni belief, or Sunni, I don't know. The Quran is the word of God, meaning it's morally permissible in this case, and not pedophilia, as Islam talks about pedophilia being injustice. Therefore, there cannot be a contradiction where there is no tautologically where there is I can't speak English. Where there is tautologically no contradictions. Quran 65:4, and those who no longer expect menstruation among your women. If you doubt, then their period is 3 months. And also for those who have not menstruated. As for those who are pregnant, their term is until they give birth. And whoever fears Allah, he will make for him of his matter ease. Now, anyone who knows what that means, because I hardly do since I'm not Islamic, I'm Christian, but for anyone who knows what that means, you can interpret that however you like. But that's what he said to me, though.
You hear that, guys? You hear that, guys? Pedophilia is subjective. Yo. And this was one of the things that I was making fun of back in the day with Tokyo, where I said, damn, can't wait to go mess with minors in Tokyo because it's legal. Can't wait to mess with 12-year-olds in Tokyo because it's legal.
As I already said earlier, you making a joke about it doesn't make it any better, nor does it justify anything else you might have said.
And like, I'm making fun of people like MFT leader and shit too. Like they're saying because something is legal that makes it right. Like, who taught you that messing with minors is okay just because your nation or whatever, or religion or whatever, deems the age of consent to be subjective, which is very much false. The amount of time that you lived and developed is very much a real thing. Hold on, let me just show you the video. And I know this guy, Tyler of Chaos, is going to say, "Oh, I wasn't involved with him. No, prove I didn't work with them to ban you, bro, from Discord. Prove that I worked with them to false report your account." And like, this is very much easy to prove. Like, holy shit.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
Now, notice how the quote-unquote easy-to-prove thing he shows. Okay, so look at the name of the GC, right? I mean, sure, it's cut off, but it's literally called Keep Get Banned. But that was literally in reference to literally young blood somehow having perms to ban him due to his higher role. And the whole point of the GC was to talk to the staff, mainly just Conbury and Percival, about keeping him banned from the server. And then about the part where Wahoo said, I think we're going to have to ban Geb off of Discord altogether. Notice how me, Youngblood, and Sayo, we only agreed to it. Now Gebra, he's trying to use that as proof that we actually aided him or took action in trying to keep him banned off the platform. But he doesn't have any actual proof of that. The only thing he has proof of is us agreeing with it, which is not a crime in itself. It's not anything of the sort, actually. So, like, it doesn't ruin my reputation or anything, because all it proves is that just like Wahoo thinks you shouldn't be on Discord, I don't think you should be on Discord. But you don't have proof that any of us tried doing that. And it's funny because I've been editing this video for about a few weeks now, since I've only been doing it on the weekends due to school. So I kind of forgot whether I showed proof of the stuff that Craig Tucker, aka Death God, had said to me. But basically, what he said was that he was the only one literally reporting Gebra. Like, literally. He shows chats with him and everything. And then, too, Gebra, the only reason he had got his main account, on Discord targeted, was because of that one image where Wahoo was basically making a joke, which I do not condone. But, yeah, basically he was making a joke about children while cosplaying as him or something like that, which, like I said, I don't know why he does that, but he just does. But see, when you think about it though, your handle, okay, so when you get reported on Discord, not only do they have access to the servers you're in regardless of whether they're private or not, but they also literally search up a user by their Discord handle or whatever it's called. As long as you have a handle or a user ID, then you're not getting away. They can literally search you up just by the message and your profile, everything like that. They can do all that. It doesn't matter if your only proof is a screenshot. It doesn't matter if your proof is a link or anything like that. They can just find it. So, again, that helps. Nothing. That doesn't help your case at all.
Oh my God. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much.
And I want to let you guys know that Ultra M is Tyler of Chaos.
Oh, who would have known that Ultra M is me? It's not like I definitely don't have it on my YouTube bio or anything like that. Totally, guys. Totally. Well, duh. Are you blind?
He supported Wahoo's actions. Let no one know about it. No one is stupid. And, like, proof already exists out there that he worked with MFT Leader 2.
The so-called proof of me working with MFT Leader is literally debunked. And I've also, well, already refuted the fact that, supporting what someone else thinks makes you wrong too. Like, no, because let's say, for example, a person commits a crime that, okay, no, I got a better idea. Okay, let's say, for example, you're watching an action movie, right? And then like the main villain kills a really good person or character or someone close to the protagonist, right? 9 times out of 10, most people are going to hope that the antagonist dies for what he did. But that doesn't make them wrong, does it? No, it doesn't. That's just their own sense of justice. And see, it's the same thing here because you don't really have proof that we like fabricated false evidence against you. Everything that we have is literally true. And I've supported that throughout this whole entire thing. So oh my god, bro. This is the most this is the most desperate thing that I've seen from him so far. Because one, I never said anything about not talking to him. What I said was that I never worked with him. Two, me saying that you've been doing the same thing to me was literally in reference to the fact that he literally brought up the fact that you weren't even refuting anything that he actually said, which is what you have been doing to me the whole time. You can't just take a comparison between situations and then try to make that seem as if it's evidence that works in your favor, because it doesn't.
And there seems to be this group of people that say that things like Lolly and Shota are pedophilia because they look like children? Okay, we need to discuss this, alright? So, first of all, a child is not a look. It is an age. Being a child is defined by age, not looks.
Okay, not only did I show proof earlier that the term lolly, which comes from the Japanese, is meant to represent slash depict and literally means children, mainly female children, but two, you still aren't answering the question about what exactly about those children, about those characters do you find attractive? Because in case you haven't noticed, they barely even look like they're adolescent. So what exactly do you find attractive about that? Because now look, I'm not kink shaming no one, because yeah, you can have your own kinks. But what's up with that though? What's up with that? There is only at least one possible thing that could maybe justify you you know liking lolly and shota type stuff, and that only happens when what's it called, oh yeah, like when a person is attracted to short stature, like short height and stuff like that. But then too, there's a bunch of short characters who don't have the appearance of children. And so again, that begs the question, what exactly is there that you find attractive about them? Because that does not sound right at all.
Next, let's bring up the fact that lollies look nothing like people.
That's not going to justify anything, considering that majority of their appearance is based on human anatomy. Like, they have 4 limbs like us. They have hair like us. They have hips like us. They have toes and fingers like us. They have hands and feet like us. They have mouths, noses, eyes to see with like us. They have peripheral vision like us. It doesn't matter because one is animated and the other is real life, and that they look quote unquote different. They still have a basis that comes from somewhere.
If you converted a lolly or a Shota or any of that shit to a real thing, you would think that it's some Area 51 experiment that went wrong and somehow escaped the facility. Hold on, let me show you guys this.
That's not going to justify anything, considering that majority of their appearance is based on human anatomy. Like, they have 4 limbs like us. They have hair like us. They have hips like us. They have toes and fingers like us. They have hands and feet like us. They have mouths, noses, eyes to see with like us. They have peripheral vision like us. It doesn't matter because one is animated and the other is real life, and that they look quote unquote different. They still have a basis that comes from somewhere. All right, now think about it. This guy Gebra has literally tried to defend lolly not being illegal. But see, if it's not illegal to possess or watch it, then why are you trying so hard to fixate on the fact that they don't look entirely similar to humans? Like, that doesn't make sense if it's not illegal and you have nothing to worry about regarding that. But see, you've committed, like, literally, I think about 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you've committed about 5 fallacies in just that one argument alone. Because the claim that lollies don't look like actual people is questionable. Because while stylized, the characters, like, they literally intentionally, I can't speak English today. They're intentionally designed to resemble young girls. And then too, like, it's non sequitur, because the conclusion doesn't even logically follow from the premises. Even if lollies didn't resemble real children, it doesn't automatically mean that consuming content like that isn't illegal or problematic. And then 3, like, it's also an appeal to legality, because the argument literally conflates legality with morality, because something being illegal doesn't make it ethical. But then again, it's not legal anyway. So, yeah, that doesn't look too good. Okay, and then we got straw man, because you're literally misrepresenting the core issue, which is the sexualization of characters depicted as minors. And, like, because not their exact visual resemblance to real children. That's what you're not getting here. And it's a red herring, because your argument about about conversion to real life characters literally distracts from the main concern with sexual depictions of minors. So, yeah, you're still not justifying anything here at all. And as I've already shown, with the up-to-date source that's, like, literally still up to date today, it's still illegal to possess or watch lolly under the Protect Act. So even then, none of those other arguments you've said gets past that. Because you would have to actually, like, take that up with someone who, like, what's it called? I don't know. Like, controls the laws of the state or something like that. Actually, no, I'm pretty sure the possession of lolicon for the most part is a federal law, although some states can reject certain federal laws.
So remember, if someone tells you that lolly looks like children, or that somehow investing in them is pedophilia, they're lying to you. They're being intellectually dishonest. They want clout. They don't give a fuck about that shit. And in order for lolly or anything like that to be pedophilia, they have to be indistinguishable from children or be based on children.
No, the Protect Act says nothing about them, or not just the Protect Act, but a law about that in general. They don't say anything about them having to be indistinguishable from children. Now, they do say something about being based on children, but you want to know what the problem is? They literally are based on children. That is the problem. That is the problem. If you look at the Japanese terminology, then look at the designs and compare them to like actual children or just people in general, you will see the difference.
They're fictional characters. So no.
Trying to argue that the possession or viewing of lolicon is legal because they're fictional characters is an oversimplification of it. And again, that does not even contend to anything within the Protect Act or any law related to it.
And I want Drip Sauce, Wahoo, and whoever the fuck to know this. Because I'm advising you not to proceed. But if you do, when you know what I'm insinuating happens, you can't say you didn't know. I told you. So, remember that. And I also saw Death Slinger's name on that DM. No, on those server messages with Tyler Chaos, Drip Sauce, and etc. And I remember seeing something. I think it was talking inappropriately with a minor.
Okay, so who was the minor? Come on, identify who the minor was. Shouldn't be too hard, right? I mean, you took the entire HTML of the entire server, so come on, we're waiting. Where's the proof?
Let me address that. So, we were talking about Five Nights at Freddy. Do you see do you see the problem with that already? It's Five Nights at Freddy. Blazing and Mirror Scaling Ninja were talking about Five Nights at Freddy theories and Five Nights at Freddy lore, where they were literally talking about kids being killed and stuffed into machines, or the kids being stuffed into machines and brutalized to death. I'm not even lying. We were. On everything. That's what we were talking about. And when I brought up the implications of those theories and what that means for the fandom, and as well as the lore's implications for the fandom, suddenly Blazing got uncomfortable. And you know what he did? He abused his permissions in Mirror Server. I said that, if it's true that the children were stuffed into the animatronics, Freddy, Chica, Foxy, and etc., wouldn't that mean that the people who are attracted to Chica would technically want to smash the dead children in Chica in order to get the whole deal?
See, there is one problem with this little false analogy of yours with FNAF. See, the problem is that when people are talking about Toy Chica, you never see anyone talking about the kids that are inside the suit. You mainly only see them referring to the appearance of the actual animatronic itself. And then two, most of the animatronics that they're talking about, like if you actually look into the lore of FNAF, it's mainly Toy Chica who they're talking about. Notice that majority of the toy animatronics, with the exception of with the marionette, don't have kids stuffed in there and stuffed in them or anything like that. Then you have Glam Rock Chica and Funtime Chica. And as we literally see in like one of the sister location cutscenes, a person like a whole man is literally inside of the Funtime Chica suit from what I remember. So it can't be a child in there. And then with Glamrock Chica, well, she's literally just she's literally just an AI. Like, she doesn't have anything in her at all. So like aside from the fact that the guys who do like these animatronics like that are kind of weirdos, that doesn't denote pedophilia at all. It doesn't denote to it.
And I'm like, and they're like, ew. And I was like, I'm just saying. I didn't even go any further with that. I just said that that's the implication that we're going with. And here's the thing. They say, it doesn't matter. It's inappropriate. I'm like, what is appropriate for a kid about Five Nights at Freddy? Do you know the themes in that series? Do you know the fandom it has?
In regards to this right here, from what Death God told me about that, well, literally they said that it's inappropriate because the lore never implied anything about, the kids being in Toy Chica or Funtime Chica or Glam Rock Chica or anything like that. They never imply that. Well, actually, I don't even think Glam Rock Chica existed during the time of those chats that he sent me. But, like I said, the lore never once implied that they were also possessed by children. So you just brought that up out of nowhere, which is why they kind of have grounds to say it's inappropriate because they were not even going that far talking about that.
And you think that me mentioning the lore implications of what was directly talked about, by the way, this was talked about before this, is some type of con? And look at this. It's fiction.
Okay, it being fiction doesn't even refute the fact that the whole entire history of FNAF just about is literally based on scenarios that literally have grounds to happen within our reality. Now, other than the possession thing, because I myself don't believe that possession can happen in real life. But other than that, all that other stuff can literally happen in real life. And again, it goes back to what we said about the lolly thing. Just because it's fictional does not change the fact that it's either one, inappropriate to talk about that type of stuff or inappropriate to view. So Literally, like, this attacks nothing.
It's fiction. Get over it. There's tons of gross themes in fiction. People talking about the implications of those gross things, that's not some groomer pedophilia type shit. Don't know why you're saying that. That's bullshit. Cut it out. Like you got, and not only that, but Aries Scarlet and Mirror were talking about that, but Mirror was playing a Discord game where he was married to Maria, and Aries Scarlet was a furry.
Okay, now for this, I have no idea how true it is. But let me just go to my DMs with Death God, because I'm pretty sure he sent me something about that. Okay, so I'm more than likely going to show a screenshot of what I said to him, but for now, let me just read exactly what was said here. Okay, so I just said, well, I just got to Geb's part in the. I just got to this part in Geb's video where he said something related to this, so I hope you can send proof of this. Because, see, he told me about this situation much earlier on. Then he said, what do you mean? Okay, for the zoophilia thing, yeah, he spelled it wrong, but whatever. For the zoophilia thing, yeah, the thing is, it was a VC combo, and Gebra out of the blue just accused Aries of being into animals because of him playing games. So Aries asks the question, which is worse? Bad word, a child or an anthropomorphic animal? Then Gebra picks anthropomorphic animal. The topic wasn't a literal animal. When Gebra literally admitted Cheetah from DC was brought up, which means it wasn't a literal animal, but an anthropomorphic animal. Me and a bunch of people, including Aries and Mirror, explained to him that one can give consent and the other can't. Okay, and then he sends me a screenshot. Okay, then the Mirror person. The question was about which was worse, sexual relations with children or sexual relations with an anthropomorphic animal adult like Cheetah from DC Comics in reference to Gebra accusing Aries of zoophilia and Aries referencing the fact that Gebra is a lolicon. And about 9 people in VC pretty much said the anthropomorphic animal can consent and the child can't, so clearly the child is a lot worse. Then he said, for the mirror stuff about Maria, there was a waifu bot. Gebra has to prove that Mira is somehow sexually attractive to Maria, because the waifu, it's not spelled exactly how you would think it is, so sorry I pronounced it like that, but I'm just gonna say waifu. The waifu bot is intended to be a joke card game. It literally has a rock in it. Okay, so I don't have any more comments on that because I don't have enough intel on that to necessarily, say too much about it.
And he told me that he'd rather fuck an animal than a child. And I'm like, bro, both are terrible. Why are you saying that? It's nasty. Keep in mind, this came up because Aries Scarlet decided he wanted to be smart by talking about lollies and shit. As if lollies are related to children. Well, by that logic, you're a dog fucker, you're a squirrel fucker, you're a chipmunk fucker, and all that.
Okay, this logic is very, very flawed. Let me just explain why. Because, see, the difference with lolly and furry stuff is that lolly stuff has more close relation to young children as opposed to furries having more close relation to animals. Because, see, the thing with furries is that they're literally anthropomorphic animals. Mind you, the word anthropomorphic literally means relating to or characterized by anthropomorphism, or also known as having keyword human characteristics. Now, a lolly does have human characteristics, but the problem with that is that the characteristics are more similar to that of a child than an actual adult. And that's the problem here. You're trying to project onto him because you know you got caught. So, yeah, that's not going to work at all. And see, it's funny because literally the thing, like, I don't support furries at all because I personally cringe at them. But then at the same time, though, you can't just call someone a zoophile because they like a furry and then you try not to hold your own self accountable for the fact that you like lollies, which look and are more than likely very young, especially when you literally look at their background and their origin.
Shit. I'm like, do you see the point now? Do you see the point? If you don't, you're disgusting. You're disgusting. But since I see the point, I'm not included in that. That's the whole thing. So, what? I was like, all these attempts to try to get on me, like they're not legitimate. They're never legitimate. They either remove a lot of context, the background in which it's said.
Throughout this video, you've quite literally been proven to do that multiple times. And each time you try to accuse us, like mainly me, and probably some key other people of doing that, there's always been a defense against it.
Or they don't understand that I'm being satirical.
You know, it's funny that he's using satire as an excuse, but then he either gets mad or tries to have a whole entire argument over when someone calls him these things when you should literally expect it at this point. Because if you're saying these things as a quote unquote joke, then there's of course going to be people who call you that regardless. But even then, that still doesn't change the fact that you said so many things that can't simply be dismissed as satire that have been shown in this video.
Like, nah. And I'm convinced that anyone who says that lolly is pedophilia or some shit, they are
Okay, but it must be pedophilic if you're using all of these inconsistent arguments. You know, it's funny that this guy tries to dismiss it as projecting because he thinks that if you're apparently thinking about him doing it, then that means that you're the pedophile for even thinking about it. But see, the thing is, there's a difference between thinking about the scenario and just piecing two things together. Because, see, it would be different if you thought about a lolly scenario and then tried to pin that on him, but we did not. Instead, we just went based on logical reasoning. Because, okay, first of all, you literally admitted that you have an attraction to lolly. Two, you're actively defending it and trying to dismiss it as fiction to oversimplify it and make it justifiable. Three, you're actively ignoring the fact that it's not only illegal where you live, but also illegal just about everywhere else except for some states that have exceptions. Four, every time you get called out on it, you literally try to dismiss it as a joke. But then if someone brings it up again, you bring up a whole entire different argument. Like, all of those indicate a type of bias towards that type of media. You're not getting away with that.
Think about it. You saw the pictures that I showed before that shows that if lollies and all that shit were converted into real life, they don't really look human. So why are you thinking about a child sexually in a drawing that looks nothing like.
Though I've already explained the similarities between Lolly and children, let's go a little bit further since he's trying to turn the tables on this topic. Okay, so first of all, when you see a lolly, you don't have to immediately think of something sexual. That's not how that works. Because lolly, like the actual term, isn't inherently sexual. It just refers to a young person who's female. And we know this because I literally showed multiple sources of the origin of the word. But see, there's another difference when there's literally visible proof of you not only admitting to visible proof of not only you admitting to being attracted to them, but also the facts that you literally have sent sexual things about them. Let's not forget that one video link, which I'm not going to send because, well, like I said, I want to keep my video family friendly. But if needed, I will have a Google Drive folder for anyone who wants to look at it. And that's my 2 cents on that.
No, just straight up in a drawing, period. That says more about you than me or anyone else. That's nasty shit. That's crazy, bro. Can't make this shit up. It's a mad world out here, man. Mad world out here. It's never legit. Never legit. These accusations against me, they're never legit. And I do have evidence for this because I've literally stated that the reason I left Mirror Scaling Ninja server was because of the fucking animals over children type shit. Like, bro. And there was also a scam that shows that I was talking about FNAF. Five Nights at Freddy's. And they misconstrued my argument saying that if you're into FNAF, you're into dead children. I'm like, where, and when did I say this? Where and when did I say this? Like, no. Like, let me show you guys the scans, because this is crazy.
This screenshot in question is either him not actually knowing what a furry is, like what the actual definition and stuff of it is, or it's literally just him being intellectually dishonest. Because, well, I literally already explained why wanting to, do stuff with a furry doesn't equate to wanting to do stuff with an actual animal as opposed to wanting to do stuff with a lolly. Yeah, it is bad.
And here's my thoughts on this. Like, Blazing should not be participating in a franchise like Five Nights at Freddy's if he's gonna go crazy over the implications and get all.
Bro, what implications? The series doesn't have any sexual implications in it. And the only quote-unquote implication that was brought up was you talking about people wanting to have sexual relations with Chica. Now, see, I could see it, like, if you were talking about people who like normal Chica, which I don't see anyone who thinks like that. But if you're literally talking about, like, the, like, Toy Chica, Glam Rock Chica, the other one, Funtime Chica, then that's not necessarily bad because, well, there's literally no souls or spirits or children trapped inside of them. So what's wrong with you? Genuinely, what's wrong with you?
All Willy, uncomfortable Willy. Like, No. No. Bullshit. Like, I'm telling you that's what happened. Like, I told him the lore implications of Five Nights at Freddy's. And he went crazy over it. I'm like, why? Why are you going crazy over that? That's literally the implications in the series.
You know, wait. Why didn't I catch on to this before? Okay, so this guy is claiming that it's lore implications, right? But if that's the case, then why are you using literal FNAF fans as your reasoning? Like, they don't have any application to the lore, so why would they be relevant to lore implications when the lore doesn't have anything sexual in it, but the community likely does? Like, does that not seem a bit weird? That's literally non sequitur. It doesn't follow through at all.
Like where the logic doesn't logic. It doesn't logic. What? And Craig wants to say that it's proof that I'm a pedophile. No, it's not. No, it's not. And I really suggest you stop saying that it is, because it'll just be worse for you in court. Speaking of which, you said you were going to bring lawyers to me because I told you you were not drunk when you doxed Percival, my friend. When you doxed him, you showed his face without his permission.
Okay, now see, Death God never told me anything about this, but I'll ask him in DMs. Because I did see him, like, I think on a community post one time, arguing with Gebra about, being drunk, but, like, I didn't really pay attention to the full context of the argument because, well, it wasn't my business. It was an argument between them and whatever situation they had going on, so I didn't really care to read much. But I'll ask him about that. I hope he does at least send some proof, though. Because while I can defend him, I can't do much without proof. I don't believe that he might have doxed him, but then again, he could have. You can't trust anyone these days. So we're just going to have to wait and see what he says.
Yeah, you ain't shit. That's the truth. You doxed. You doxed him because you wanted to make him angry. You doxed him because you thought you could get away with it. You doxed him because you thought no one would tell about it. That's the truth. Everything that Craig is sending, everything that he's doing, it's not out of the goodness of his heart. He wants vengeance against me because I got his number. That's all that is. That's all that is, guys. That's all it is. He's full of it. He's a criminal, and he wasn't drunk. He can't get evidence he was drunk. He can't get witnesses he was drunk. I told him, what did you drink that left you drunk? Who spiked your drink? And then he said, oh, I'm not the one that sent the picture with Percival in it. Someone else did, but I don't want to involve him in this. Why don't you want to involve a criminal in this? If he gets in trouble, that's his fault. He shouldn't have done something like that. So I know you're full of shit, Craig. And everyone that idiot, Tyler of Chaos, says he got things from, that he had every multiple source member that he got things from, He worked.
You know, it's ironic that you call me the idiot when you're the one who's stupid enough to imply that, because you got evidence from someone, that means you're working with them. No, it doesn't. Working with someone implies collaboration, but me just asking someone for a screenshot or a video of some proof is not working with someone. That's literally just me asking for stuff. Literally. Like, by that logic, a person could ask for money and they will be working with that person. That makes no sense at all.
There's no excuse. On Discord, you have to see a friend request. You have to accept it. And if they were in his Discord server, he knew about them.
Me being friends with someone doesn't prove I'm collaborating with them. Then, too, you don't even have to be in the same server or be friends with someone to talk to them, like, because you can literally send message requests. Then the guy claims I knew about them. Knew about what? Their existence? Well, obviously, because if they're in my server, then they exist. And I can't know something about someone unless I find out based on evidence that other people give me, inferences, or unless they tell me directly. Which, they never did any of that. So, whatever you're talking about, I can't even say anything about that until they, send me some proof. So, I mean, it's not working here it's not working at all, bro. It's not working at all. Because in order for you to make the claim that I know something, you have to prove that I knew about it. You have to prove that they outright said something about it, or that there was enough evidence that I had to have paid attention to for me to know. But you don't have that type of proof. Even with the chats that you took from my server, you don't have that proof, because the proof isn't even in those chats either. Like, you want to know why it's not in those chats? Because it does not exist. That's why.
There is no excuse. There are no excuses. He did his due. He did his due. He did his thing. He tried getting multiple sources, everyone that has ever went against me, to try to take me.
Okay, but prove there was malicious intent involved around that. It would be different had you actually proved that a lot of the stuff that was said was false, but you didn't, because it very easily got refuted by literal common sense and basic logic. And every time you get called out in a similar fashion, you try to make it seem like you're not the one accountable. You either try to switch the tables or just outright change the subject. And I can't blame you for doing any of that, because if I was a lolicon, I'd be that desperate too. Prove it was to quote unquote take you down. Because if that was the case, then that means that you should at least have proof that I wouldn't, report all this stuff to you if I didn't have a problem with you. You would have to prove that I would only report the stuff to you, that I only report the stuff about you if I had a problem with you. But see, you can't prove that. Know why? Because again, no proof. Now, sure, I admit that I don't like you, but that's not enough justification or anything for me to expose you. Not unless you've actually done something bad, which you have. Multiple things.
Down. And guess what? When I find things on them, you're how do I say this? You're associated with them. You're from there on associated with them. You shouldn't have worked with them. You should have did background checks. You shouldn't have let them into your server. You shouldn't have done jack squat. But since you did, you know what happens. Now you're lumped in with them. You went into the wrong crowd. Or, in my case, the right crowd. Now I can crush two birds with one stone. And that is your fault.
What are you crushing, though? With your lack of genuine logic, terrible proof, and your, a massive amount of dishonest tactics, I have nothing to worry about. Only reason I'm even making this video is just in case other people believe it. Because, see, I don't want to have to explain a whole gigantic story to them when all I have to do is just send them a video link where everything has been exposed. And see, that's your problem. You wouldn't know that because you're too sloppy. And it makes a lot of sense. Considering you're a grown man who has a job but is not getting paid as much as the average worker, you quite literally admitted that yourself. And apparently, like, admits to have a high level of intelligence, but acts like the stupidest person on this planet.
Now, you admitted that you got sent things from Craig and Drip Sauce's server. You admitted that you got things from Craig in the comment sections and the comment threads that you made and I made. Therefore, these things that I'm mentioning about Craig, and you specifically worked with him to get scans against me?
Works with him? Oh, sweetheart. He already had them before he even messaged me. Like, literally. Before he even came to my comments, he literally implied that he already had the stuff that he needed. So, I got interested. I said, wait, really? Okay, show proof. And he did. That's not collaborating. No, that's not collaborating. So you can keep on making up this little fairy tale or whatever about how I apparently collaborated with stuff that they might have done and how I'm also going to be held accountable for their actions and blah, 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 blah. Like, no, that's not going to work. It's not going to work at all. And no matter how hard you try, you're going to fail. You always do. And I always win. Know why? Because, see, it's all in this little brain. It's all in this brain that's in your head. But you can't use yours. That's the problem.
You will be lumped in with him. To me, there is no such difference between you and him. There is no difference between you and him. You are the same pieces of trash.
If we're pieces of trash, then you're lower than that. Not even worth a speck of dust on this planet.
And that's it. That's good. That's good. See, I'm so glad you didn't do any background checks. I'm so glad you worked with these people to defame me. Because when the push comes to shove, you will be the one at fault. You will be accountable. I'm making this video so if the lawsuits do come and the courts do get involved, they have this video to rely on.
Okay, but as of right now, I have more than twice the amount of evidence you have when it comes to this video. Because I literally have 4 hours of video, well, 4 hours plus of video footage. Well, except for the version that I'm going to add on YouTube, because a lot of, pretty much all of your video snippets will be cut out because you're going to try and be a little wuss and try to get my video taken down. So, like, it can't be retaliated upon. But see, that's what Google Drive is for. And see, on there, I don't have to add any type of disclaimer or anything at all. Because, see, like, you can't do anything about footage that's on my Google Drive. Now, sure, if it's on YouTube, yeah, you can do something about it, even though it would be false, but still, though, this is just a precautionary measure. But when it all comes down to it, like, I'm pretty confident I won't even have to make another response video if you do try to make one, like, in response to this, because I already have so much proof and arguments against you and so many advantages with this video alone that, like, you're not going to get anywhere with it. So, yeah, it's not going to work in your favor, pal. I'll let you keep believing it will, though.
And they will see this, if such does come to be. Yep. And keep in mind, I have gotten people to testify. I have. And some you wouldn't expect. So,
Okay, cool. So do I. Your point?
I suggest you drop the charade and stop acting all high and mighty because you're not.
You literally have been this whole time, and even before this video. What was it you said again? I can't get over? Too bad, I already have. And you know it.
And if you do go to my other social medias and stuff like you guys insinuated you would do, you know, I'm just going to show everyone this video. I'm going to report you. I'm going to report for cyber stalking and all that stuff. So, go ahead.
Okay, cool, but I only viewed like 2 of your other social medias, that being your alt account on YouTube and your X account, for 2 reasons. Now, the one on YouTube being the fact that you literally lied about hiding or deleting whatever you did with the playlist after I called you out for backtracking in our argument. And as for the reason I went on X, it was so I could have proof that what you're doing is illegal. Because, see, in order to prove you're doing something illegal, I have to prove that that act in general is illegal. But see, the problem, actually, no, I didn't even go to your ex. Who was it who went to your ex? I think it was, Craig. Yeah. And all he did was just show me your profile on X. He didn't show me any media or anything, just straight up, just your profile. And what do you know? You were dumb enough to have your location on there. Not like your full location, but just the state and city you live in. So, of course, I only used the state, and I looked up whether the viewing or possession of lolly content was illegal, and what do you know? It was, and still is. So that was just for proof that you actually committed a crime. Because, see, in order to like back something up, well, I'm going to need proof of it. That's not cyber stalking. Cyber stalking includes acts like sending unwanted, threatening, or obscene messages, tracking a person's online activity or location, which if you try to misconstrue it as that, well, I already explained why that's not the case. Because, see, tracking a person's online activity or location would be literally like, it would be literally like tracking their posts, their messages, whatever media they send on there, everything like that. But no, I only looked at one thing on both of your social medias. So that's all I needed. I only needed one piece of proof. Stealing someone's identity, which I never did that. Now, Wahoo, he cosplays as you, so I can't really defend that. So, I mean, like, I guess you could count that as stealing someone's identity, but like, that's just borderline impersonation. Another one would be making death threats or other acts of violence, which no one ever did that. Another one would be blackmailing a victim using personal information or photos. But see, blackmailing implies getting someone to do something, and if they don't do it, then that means that you're going to, use something that compromises them. But see, I never did that either. The next one is defamation, slander, or libel, which you have no proof of what I said, being a lie, because I literally already, not only did I debunk it, but at the same time, you still have to prove it too. So, okay. Then the next one is doxing, which you have no proof that I doxed you. The only thing you showed in regards to that was a screenshot that was completely unrelated to anything that I've said. And then I can't speak today. Solicitation for sex, which who would want to do it with you, honestly, except for those 1 or 2 girls that you claim to have done it with, which honestly, I can't say I don't believe it, because everyone has a chance to get a mate, like a sex partner, but like you're flexing about doing it with a girl who was under the age of consent, pal.
Go ahead. I won't stop you. I can't stop you. But I can hold you accountable for it in one way or another. So, that'll be something to look forward to for my end. This is quite good. So, let's make this clear. Tyler Chaos, you worked with MFT leader and Craig Tucker, both who are either pedophiles, pedophile projectors, pedophile defenders, or doxers. You worked with Drip Sauce, who's a doxer. You worked with Otherworld, who is filled with doxers. You worked with Wahoo, who is affiliated with doxers. You worked with Wahoo, who faked his death. You worked with Wahoo, who lied about his girlfriend being pregnant so he could be spared from my wrath.
Only proof for me, quote unquote, working with MTF is literally just me being on a community post, which I already explained why you're a straight up idiot for thinking that would be liable. I mean, for thinking that would be reliable here. Two, I'm still waiting for the things that you have against Craig that you accused him of. But see, the thing is, you don't have any proof that he's a doxer. You didn't show that in your video. You would like have a better chance of maybe making me look quote unquote bad if you had proof of that, but I don't see any proof at all. And for now, the pedo allegations that you accuse him of have been debunked until I guess you make an actual sound argument, which I doubt you will, but it will be fun to see you try. For Drip Sauce, the only proof you have of me doing like working with him and stuff is literally the fact that I quite literally told him that the images that he found, which were more than likely given to him by Wahoo, because I don't even talk to him. I don't even like him like that because we've had arguments in the past. But see, the only reason he more than likely got those images was because of Wahoo, because Wahoo is literally a close friend to him. And what do you mean doxing? When has he ever doxed anyone? I could ask Wahoo about that, but then again, I don't know about him. He has lied about a few things. You're at least right about that. There have been some things he's lied about. So, I can't exactly, like, use him as a source. But, like, until you actually prove that, like, Drip Sauce have doxed someone, like, then you're kind of screwed on that part. Then too, me being in Otherworld doesn't prove I'm associated with doxers. Because a lot of those people in there I don't even talk to. Because I literally only joined the server before to like literally debate someone on Outerversal Goku. Literally. And that was like a year ago. I don't even talk in the server that much. I could literally show my message history and you'd see barely anything about any of the stuff you've accused me of. Now, sure, I have talked about you in the server like maybe 1 or 2 times, but that's like every blue moon because I'm hardly ever active in there. I do not care about that server. It's a Dragon Ball server. More importantly, it's a Dragon Ball server where they have a lot of takes I don't agree with. I'm just in there just to be in there. And also because there's a lot of takes that I do agree with. And a lot of stuff that could be proven useful to me. Such as debating amps, which is how I got better at debating. Which, of course, even if you had an amp, you'd more than likely not use it efficiently. Like, me being in Otherworld doesn't prove that I worked with him. And you're absolutely stupid, like an absolute moron, for thinking that such an argument would fly. And thinking that I wouldn't literally just easily refute it because of how stupid it is. The most I've ever done with Wahoo is talk to him about the situation or just straight up mock you. Either that or I've agreed with some things he said, which I already explained why that argument wouldn't fly against me, so it's not working at all. I already have proof that debunks Wahoo apparently faking his death, and that it's literally just him having his mind changed by not only us, but Oxy, who is, well, a spy. But other than that, yeah, I got nothing else to say about that. Now, see, with the pregnancy thing, I didn't even know he was lying about that until he was exposed for it. Because I actually thought he was genuinely for real. Because, like, it wouldn't be a surprise if he was, because he's of that age, and he's already sent quite a few pictures of different people that he's associated with. So, I mean, at this point, I don't know what to believe from him unless he, like, actually has genuine proof for it. Which, with the suicide thing, he does. And I was there to witness it myself. Thank you.
Uh-huh. There is not a single lie I told throughout this entire thing.
Please just put my fries in the bag. This whole video literally shows proof of you being dishonest throughout this entire thing. Like, I don't know what. You're literally telling a lie by saying you haven't lied throughout this entire thing. This is just so funny, bro.
There was scans. There was scans I showed. I made this video to give people more insight on what's going on without necessarily going through an entire series of video, click, 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 click. I will be making a playlist of the videos so they can see, because this is something that cannot be missed. I need people to know about this. So, when your dumbass tries telling people this stuff, there'll hopefully be another guy who saw this video and share it to slam you on it. To shut your goddamn mouth.
No one can slam me on this topic when you're the only one hiding evidence, kid. And I know it's ironic that I'm calling you kid because you're older than me physically, but you're definitely not older than me mentally, though. And see, glad we think alike about one thing, because I made this video for that exact same purpose. In case you wanted to lie and tell all this bull to people, I would literally have this video as my own proof. The video explaining everything thus far except for the stuff that happened in Percival's server and beyond. This is the end game right here. This is it. It's it. The final stretch. The boss battle. And you're going to lose. You always have. You always will. And you'll never have a chance of beating me. Never. Now, maybe if this was me from 2 years ago, oh yeah, you definitely have a chance. A pretty big one at that. But see, now? Me now? Okay, let's think of it like this. Okay, you know that one meme with the buff Doge and the crying Doge, right? Literally all of my skills being my logic and my reasoning would be the buff Doge, and yours would be the smaller one, because like at this point, this is all just a culmination of you being an absolute idiot, a culmination of you being a moron, an imbecile. You're being so stupid right now that I can't even explain it with words except for words that I've already said before. And it's honestly sad, because this could have turned out better if you weren't just either dishonest, petty, or just a straight up brainlet. But, you know, some things are meant to happen. And this is meant to happen.
Pretty good for me. Pretty good for me. And you're so shallow. You would go ahead and talk about someone's dead family member because they said you had pity sex? Really?
Thought we already went past that subject. Thought you said it wasn't bothering you, but it clearly is if you brought it back up. But I mean, hey, this just makes you look even more like a hypocrite. Because, see, I really don't care about what you said in regards to my sexual relationship because I debunked you on it, obviously. But see, I said what I said as retaliation. Because, see, I didn't want to have to call you out for being wrong again because then it would just spark up another meaningless debate that I'd just end up winning. It would just go circular at that point. But see, like I said, it makes you a real hypocrite when you try to say stuff like this, though. Because didn't you literally say that I had pity sex because because I was literally defending her in our argument and I was winning? I was winning. Yeah. And then the people in the server agreed with me. So, okay, keep being a hypocrite. They might as well call you. What's that one superhero's name? I can't think of his name. But you know what? We're going to give you a new name. We're just going to call you Hypocrite Man. Hypocrite Man. Or Hype Man for short. But it's not going to be the hype that people think it is, though.
Really? You really did make an attempt. You really did make an attempt. In addition to that, though, we now see who you are.
So what are you then? A liar? A cheat? A hypocrite? A child? Nah, I'm not even going to go that far because we already know at this point. Like, we already know at this point. Whew. This has been one hell of a video. Really, it has. And mind you, I'm so confident and not worried about this situation that I've only worked on this video like 2 days throughout each week. Like only 2 days. 2 days at max, by the way. Now, the shortest amount of time I've worked was not even a whole day. It was literally just like an hour or two. Only just an hour or two. And that's just how confident I am in the fact that I'm going to win throughout this whole situation. Because I'm not the one at fault here. You are.
That's sad. That really is.
Isn't this literally just the same video that he posted before on this video he was working on? And you know, it's so pathetic because he got slapped so hard by me that he started spamming my notifications. And see, now I don't even need to grab a screenshot to prove that. The proof is literally at the very end right here. So, like, yeah, this is not going good. You're screwed. Done. You have nothing else to go off of. And you know what? Man, this turned out much better than I thought it would. At first, like, at the very beginning, I thought this would be difficult. I thought this was going to be a whole war or something like that. But see, this ain't even a war. This ain't even a fight at this point. This is just a straight up manslaughter.
Like I said, I'm not even bothered by that anymore. I'm really not. Like, that time is past. She's resting. And I know she's like proud of me and all that stuff.
Okay, but the fact that you're still trying to talk about it when that was literally like way back in your video is already kind of contradicting yourself right there. Oh my god. He thinks that his grandma is proud of him. He thinks that his grandma is proud of him for not like doing his job well. He thinks that his grandma is proud of him for being an idiot. He thinks that his grandma is proud of him for literally wasting his money on a blue hedgehog for power scaling just to be easily debunked by a sentence. My god. Oh my god. Bro, okay. Look, there's nothing wrong with being a little deluded, but you're not even just deluded at this point. You're absolutely insane. Like, assuming that your grandma has had common sense, like, you know, most people on this planet, she would not be proud of anything you're doing right now. Now, sure, maybe she'll be proud of you for going to college. I assume you went to college anyway. I assume you did. Yeah, sure, she'd be proud of that. But, like, anything else? No. No. Bro, your job, your job isn't even grant writing at this point. It's just being stupid and petty. And you're not even getting paid for it either, so. I mean, unless you want to count this trash video you made, then yeah, you would be getting paid for it, but getting paid for what? It's going to be debunked anyway. By me. So, have at it, I guess.
That's like, there's nothing to worry about. But the actual problem is you went into that to try to phase me.
His proof of me trying to phase him is the fact that I said, think about that. Think about that was literally in reference to the fact that his grandma would practically be turning over in her grave, witnessing how idiotic her grandson is being. That's the truth.
Like what? Did you think I would get down and cry and get bloodlusted furious over it? No. Grieving time is over. That's it. It's over. Like you're just like terrible. You're utterly horrible. You are pathetic. You are a worm that you wiggle around and I stomp out.
The cockroach is talking about getting stomped out? Yeah, okay. Notice how I've made like less retaliations to his insults. And because they're nothing, because like they don't hold any basis to anything he's trying to prove. So why should I respond to them? And the point is, like, why does it matter if they're not true? See, I've learned and grown as a person, but he has not. He never will. Honestly, if he does, I might be a whole skeleton at that point. If he does change, it won't be for the better. It'll always be for the worse. And he really sets the stereotype for a lot of Sonic fans, which is just the fact that a lot of them are hypocrites and they look bad. And you know what? Apologies in advance to the Sonic community. Because, see, I've started interacting with the community more. And, like, you guys are nowhere near as bad or stupid or childish or petty as this guy is. Like, genuinely. Genuinely. But for those who follow him, you should stop. Like, genuinely, you should stop. Power scaling, in terms of just his content in general, just stop following him. Because you're not going to get anywhere with it. You're only going to get brain rot from it. And at that point, well, your brain cells are going to deteriorate. And they're going to keep deteriorating until he drags you down to his level. He's always been known to do that, and he always will. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I really don't understand what's in your water, but you're really messed up. You are really messed up. Can't even lie about that. You are messed up. And I was like, by the way, about that playlist, I privated it. It should have been obvious, but instead you said I deleted it. I didn't delete the playlist.
Again, how you try to hide the contents doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is the fact that now that you literally admit to privating the playlist, you admit to trying to hide evidence after I called you out for backtracking on negatives. And you know what that implies? An auto concession. So thank you. I won the argument yet again.
That's the funniest thing. I did what I did to prove to you that facts are independent of the mind. No amount of I'm in the negative, you're in the positive will change.
And you know what? You failed miserably. Know why? Because our minds are bound by logic. And see, the thing is, we use our minds with the logic that's in them to figure out what's facts and what's not. Logic dictates facts. Logic dictates truth. And the fact of the matter is that if you were trying to use that tactic, you wouldn't have had to hide the playlist. Like, because if I was actually doing what you claim for me to be doing in that argument to try and, like, switch your burden, which I never did switch your burden, you were still on the burden to begin with, then you wouldn't have had to hide anything, but you did. Know why? Because you knew that once I brought that up, that you would literally be caught conceding. So you did that to prevent from conceding, even though regardless of whether you deleted it or not, you still conceded. Because of the fact that you quite literally, like, you literally contradicted the playlist even before you tried hiding it. Hiding evidence and contradicting your own evidence is an auto concession, and that's exactly what you did. Both of those things. And you purposefully misinterpreted my argument trying to say that I said negatives can't be proven. I never said that. I said that the positive has a larger burden, meaning that the positive would have to be proven before the negative gets proven. But see, you strawman me to make my argument easier to attack, and it didn't work because I called you out on it. I called you out for being an idiot, and then you tried to delete the evidence afterwards.
Facts aren't determined by...
Okay, but cool. In debates, we use our mind, and our minds spark up arguments, and our minds store logic and knowledge. So good job at conceding again. You're so good at that.
Debates. They're determined by the closeness to reality, the base in reality, the basis in reality.
And we can't determine what belongs in reality without a thought process. So again, thanks for conceding to me.
What's in reality? They're independent of you or my body.
What I said was based on the nature of negative claims and not the biases surrounding them. And that nature being that they support the non-existence of something. They can be proven, yes, but not only are they harder to prove than their counterparts, But it's also the fact that, well, they hold a smaller burden than their opposite counterparts, meaning that the person who is on the positive is more liable, and that's you in this case. So stop denying your burden and just prove whatever it was that you tried to say about me. And if you can't prove it, then just shut up, because you're going to lose. You always have, always will. And I'm going to keep saying that because you can't seem to get that idea in your head.
You want yourself to be right. I want what's right to be right.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Because if that was the case, you would actually get genuine proof against me, and you would stop trying to make up all these lies and context distortions. You don't want what's right. You want what's right for you, so you won't be held liable for anything that you've done. Because you know that once I prove all of this, you're screwed, and you know that.
See the difference? Oh no, you don't. Doesn't matter. The facts don't change if you do or don't. Like, you're not achieving anything. You got nothing in life. You have no achievements for yourself.
Okay, cool. I'm still a teenager in school. Haven't really gotten to that point yet. Meanwhile, you're an adult with lackluster achievements. Literally. Like, bro, can you just stop being a hypocrite and, like, genuinely just accept the facts that you're just a failure? Or at least if you can't accept the fact that you're a failure, you can at least accept the facts that there's things that you've done that you're held accountable for. You could at least accept that, but you don't.
And you're nowhere near my level. And you never will be.
You're right. I am nowhere near your level. Want to know why? Because I'm far above you, and I always will be. No matter how much you delude yourself, reality will never bend to your opinions, and that's a fact.
That's the truth. And I do have people wanting me to make that response video to that Mario fan. I'll eventually just go work on that. You're a waste of space. Like, Jesus Christ.
Last I checked, I wasn't the failed experiment here. I'm not the failed creation. Not one of God's many mistakes. And it's funny because you brag about all these accomplishments you have, but in the end, you yourself make them amount to nothing. Just like you are nothing. Simple as that. And it'll be real amusing to see your next move collapse on itself once again.
Get some help. Get better. Criminal.
Yeah, okay, child toucher, whatever you say.
And with that, I will see you guys on the next one. If you have any video requests in terms of fictional scaling or whatever, go ahead and make them. And do give me a link to that Mario fan's video on his supposed debunk to my video or my response. I'll eventually get to making it. I already said I would, but this stupid shit with Tyler Chaos, Wahoo Drip Sauce, and his goons. Yeah, you already see how that went. And I will be reposting that exposure thing I wrote up, just so you all can see it. Be in a Google Doc and a YouTube community post. Well, you've seen it. So, with that said, I'll see you on the next one. Bye.
Man, oh man, must be very unfortunate for him considering how that quote-unquote exposure he's gonna make. I'm gonna easily debunk that too. Especially because I technically already started on it about a year ago, but I never got to finish it though. But see, now I have just about a year and more to finish it, so that might be coming up depending on whenever he, makes it or whatever, or repost it, whatever he said about it. He's gonna lose, he always does. It's the same thing with him over and over again. Want to know why? Well, like I said multiple times throughout this video, he never knows how to improve. He just de-evolves, basically. Like, this whole response video was like taking a candy from a baby. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. It was literally like taking candy from a baby. As for my next video, I have no idea what that's going to be. It might be something on Roblox or something. Just stay tuned though, you'll find out soon enough. But despite all this and this one hell of a video that took me a very long time to make, considering how I only worked on it when I felt like it, well, I just want y'all to know that I love y'all. All of you guys. Even the ones who are idiots. And while I can't say I love Gebra because I do not like him, but I just want you to know that I do not hate him. And don't go harassing him either. Because in the end, not only will that just make it worse, but it's not going to do anything for me. Like, I'm not going to gain anything from it. It'll just be a whole fan base just harassing him. So, yeah, don't do that. Even if he is a total trash bag, he doesn't, deserve harassment. Now, does he deserve to be prosecuted for some of the stuff he's done? Oh, yes, he does. He definitely does. But no one deserves harassment. Not even the most terrible people on the planet. But see, this is not only a message to him, but this is also a message to Wahoo, Drip Sauce, MTF Leader, anyone else who might have done anything that Gebra said that they did. That's assuming it's true, which for the most part, I don't believe a lot of it is true besides the pregnancy thing that Wahoo said something about. But look, don't just try to be your best person. Don't try to lower yourself down to Gebra's level because he's already in a deep, endless pit. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Throughout all my days of debating and my YouTube career, not only have I never been in an argument with a person this long, but I've never made a video this long just to slam them. Like, honestly, I could have just typed up a document and slammed him, but I didn't because that would have taken even longer. But I can't lie, it was fun doing this. Not fun arguing with him, but, fun making this video. To slam him once again. Like I said, be your best person, follow your dreams, and follow what you believe. All of you have a purpose, whether you know it or not. Love yourselves and love others, okay? That's all I've got to say. I'm going to show you a little me versus Gebra meme montage, just for a little comedy throughout this whole thing. And without further ado, Tyler of Chaos, signing off. I'll see y'all in the next video.
You think I'm gonna spend more than 5 minutes on this dumpster? 10 years crazy! I mean, look at this place. It's disgusting! Whoever told you glass next to hardwood paneling was a good idea? Oh, now, I suppose you're gonna show me. Oh, gee, that's very nice. Oh, what is this, some kind of magic act?
But with the Goombas, there's a much bigger discovery to unveil. In the collection's hub area, there exists a Goomba that would never be seen by the player. Way outside the boundaries, all the way into the void, you can find a lonely Goomba. And no, not the YouTube character personality, an actual in-game Goomba that seems to be disconnected from the entire game. What is he doing here? Well, we'll never know.
Sonic says, if you see a person with a Rider Sonic PFP being an asshole, a pedo, a member of the KKK, an absolute douchebag who bans people just because they come from another server, a desperate ass nigga that pays Ian to shut down a stream and to have Sonic scans that are useful for the rest of his life. That's no good. Tell him that he has messed up so badly. And I know you're watching this. The might of Gebra, you son of a bitch, you piece of shit. Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Put that on your goddamn fucking head.
Sonic, I say it look like you. But damn, nigga, his shades look real.
Man, don't embarrass me in front of the ops, gang.
You yap like a bitch.
Why you so damn hostile?
I'll beat that nigga ass. Let me flex. On the gang! What? The fuck you say? Next. Come on, nigga. What's good then?
Shit! Wait, hold on, cuz!
What's that shit you was talking, nigga? Say that shit again!
This drill is fucking worthless. I need a medic bag! I'm dying!
Medical supplies have arrived. Did you know that a couch is a piece of furniture for seating 2 or more people in the form of a bench with or without armrests that is partially or entirely upholstered and often fitting